Um,
Run.
there's no running. There's no running. I have a broken leg.
Hello, everyone. Right, let's do a quick audio check first.
Hello?
Let's do a quick audio check first. Okay, seems to be working fine. Right, let's crack on with the boring bit first. So, hey, Doc Zara, how you doing? Been a while? Been a while? Yeah, I've been, let's say I've had, let's say a lot of things to do. But I'm back. I'm like, let's do something fun right now. So, I'm going to build a game from scratch in 2 weeks. So, let's crack on with doing the boring bit first. I'm using the latest version of Unity for this. And I'm going to get it rolling. Let's make sure I just don't enable the AI. Will do quite nicely. Okay, let's go. And that's going to sit and we're away for a minute. Yet another software agreement set to continue. Go. That's good to hear, but that's good to hear. Like honestly, like it took me forever to get set up just because like I haven't logged into Twitch for a very long time either. I firewall. I have just been too busy to really do much Twitch, both watching or streaming. So but now I have some time off, and I liked doing Twitch, and I like making games. So I was like, okay, well, I want to set myself a bit of a challenge, and I'm going to build a game in 2 weeks. I'm going to put it on Steam as well. We'll see how much after the 2 weeks I have to do, because obviously you're not going to build a fully like production quality game in 2 weeks, but we'll see how far we get. Hey Max, how you doing? Anyway, Doc Zara, if you've been you've not been in Twitch for a while, what you been doing with yourself? What you been up to? I would say a good chunk of today is me going to be like focused because I'm like speedline, like this. I'm trying to speed run this, but for the first probably hour, I'm just going to be running through things that take a while to process. Playing visual novels, that could go a lot of directions. I keep seeing visual novels now. They're getting like I see the odd one where they've got so many like new features. I'm like, is it even just a visual novel anymore? It's just a full game now, like with a full 3D environment. How you doing, Gazera? And yes, it's been a long time. But not safe. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Right, package manager first. We're going to do the updates just because I want to make sure everything starts up to date. And Max, don't mock Unity. Like, if you want to come in here, I've got 2 weeks. I don't have time to build my own engine. I have built my own engine, but I do not have time to build a fully like functional engine. The one I built was incredibly rudimentary. Like, load some external assets in. You're mocking Notch for well, yeah. It makes me laugh actually when you look at games where people have built an engine from scratch. Though, if you look at the very early version they brought out, it was usually very, very rudimentary, like extremely rudimentary. Zombie Apocalypse. Have you played Project Zomboid? Because I've got that on my to play list, but I've not got around to it yet. Right, I'm going to stick the Unity starter assets in for this because I'm going to need some of the stuff that's in them. So we'll go with that first. I said Zomboid. I've never played it. I've seen some good things. Let's install or upgrade all those. This one is going to take a few minutes. I mean, you guys have any of you guys played Project Zomboid? I think the bit that made me decide to buy it was seeing the spiffing Brit try and break it. Hey, Desert Dog, long time no see. How you been, buddy? And yes, I do exist. I'm not just a myth. Maybe a little snowed under, but not a myth. Right, let's look through the packages we're going to need. So we are going to need. I'm not 100% on every package I'm going to need, but we're definitely going to need. Not sure we're going to need animation and rigging. We'll get to that. Cine machine, most likely. But we've got that. It's just a slightly older version. That's fine. We'll do some more updates in a second. Put it that way. Current stable version is okay. Horrible bugs. The thing is, I like games that have that. Like you see early builds and there's a load of bugs in it. Like I think a lot of the time nowadays, companies get very hung up on we must only show the polished version to people. And I really like seeing the development of a game as it progresses. And it's actually really nice to see how things like build and adapt. Right, I know I'm going to need netcode for game objects. I know I'm going to need Pro Builder. My brain is now completely blanked. I didn't expect a load of people I haven't seen for ages to come in. It is genuinely quite nice to see everyone, guys. I'm definitely gonna need. I mean, we can cross these bridges, a lot of these bridges when we come to them. I'm gonna want the WebGL publisher. Well, let's just install those, and I'll worry about the others in a second. I'm gonna also pull up my multiplayer project. I need to get GitHub Desktop open as well. I don't mean it's nice to see bugs in general. It's just that okay, let me clear that up. When games are in early development, I think that's a good thing, and I want to see the games in development much earlier. I think it's really positive. If you go and watch some of the really early videos of, say, Subnautica, they had these massively incomplete things. Hang on, I need a different version. Let's go with that version. I've completely deleted all my Unity installs, and because I'm in the middle of updating everything. So any projects I want to open for reference is going to get a bit of a problem today. Yeah, I really like the way Subnautica did their early access. Like, you can genuinely see there's just massive bits of the map that's empty. There are animations that are clearly missing. Like, there's a lot of stuff that just didn't work. What I really like about Subnautica as well is they showed features and then removed them because they thought it didn't fit what they were going for. And the trouble with that is people always like. So there's always somebody who likes that feature and will be annoyed it's missing and will be very vocal about it. So it can be quite risky for a company to do that. but it shows confidence in the direction you're going with your product to take something out and say, look, this just doesn't fit what we're trying to do. Now, when it comes to games that are just in full release, I think the industry, the software industry in general, not just the games industry, has got incredibly lazy. And a lot of games are released and just abandoned when they're horrifically broken. There are massive game-breaking bugs that should never have made it through QA. And I think it's quite sad when that happens. It shows that they just don't care, right? Because when a company is spending 100 million in development and they have an entire QA department, there's no way they missed those bugs, right? They'll be sitting in a queue somewhere and somebody went, just release it anyway. It'll be fine. We'll do it later. And this really frustrates me that that has become a bigger and bigger problem. It's one of the reasons I really like devs that do this proper early access and release the game when it's still incomplete. Gets fully negative and swing your weapon if you have a bandage. Oh. Okay, that's quite funny. That's quite funny. A lot of devs, unfortunately, they treat early access as just like the pre-order stage and like free bet quality testing. They don't actually they're just using the community as a resource to get the game out earlier, and if it gets enough sales, they just don't bother continuing it. Like, this happens a lot. I mean, one of my favorite examples of that is Ark. The game was buggy as hell, and they got to the point where they just moved on to doing other DLC and other releases. And it's like, come on, guys, like, please just fix the bugs. This is a game where if you're playing on vanilla, things can take literal weeks to do, and require coordination of dozens of people. For the love of God, make your game stable. There's just no excuse. Especially when you've got particularly punishing mechanics. Oh, fantastic! I can't look at both at the same time. When you've got particularly punishing mechanics, it's like you cannot have bugs that just delete weeks of progress. You can't. And every now and then I would try and get back into Ark, and I'd get the same thing, that I would have some sort of horrific bug that just completely destroyed all progress. And I got annoyed with it, so I just stopped going back. Right, I need multiplayer services. I'm going to need netcode for game objects. Already got that one, that's fine. Well, let's get those installing. I'm going to need, I think, Unity render pipeline, I'll need Unity transport. Yeah, that's a point. I'm definitely going to need Unity transport. Hey, Simple Tech, how you doing? And yes, long time no see. Well, this is the thing, Max. Like, I love the concept, right? That you might love a game and be so immersed in its world that you're essentially, when you're doing shifts in it, it's also the game's experience is stepping into real world. It's crossing the mirror slightly in that the fantasy is starting to become part of your life. And I love the concept of that, the idea that a game can become integrated into your life but the reality of the way that is done in most games it just becomes a horrific amount of work as they just are just looking to manipulate you into spending more time in the game, which I find incredibly frustrating because the concept is like the idea of like a game having such an impact on you that like it becomes just part of your life is beautiful. But the reality is usually quite dark. So what I'm building simple is a let's say spiritual successor to the old Super Smash TV. Right, I just need to get some files, Unity packages, data types, basic setup. Right, basic setup. There we go. Right, so here's how we're going to do our first. Oh, hang on, I need to double check everything's up to date. Update. And I'm gonna try and essentially speedrun this. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to. I'm gonna try and still keep up with chat, but this is kind of inspired by when I was given a lecture presentation to some first year game dev students on going from where something simple takes you a long time and feels very complex to where you can do very simple things incredibly quickly. Yes, it is. It's meant to be small, simple, because I want people to be able to skim it, and it's meant to be a. This is. It's meant to be a. Essentially, bullet points. Like if it matches, it's good enough, and we move on. We're looking for core functionality, and then we move on. Whereas yours was more a. This is a complete design spec for the entire game. Right, okay, now let's add some packages. Some of my own packages. I glanced at it. I haven't had time to read it properly because, well, you know how like insanely busy I got. Say it got pretty brutal at one point. I took a couple of weeks off. I had to go to develop Brighton as well. That was a lot of fun, but exhausting. It's essentially the first thing on my to-do list after I do this challenge. Although now that I've got some time at the weekends again, I might have a read during this week. So, basic setup. I'm going to do basic setup because I'm going to need that. Game one. Perfect. So what I'm importing now is when I've built games in the past, there are sort of common elements that I sort of always put in. And I've just defined those as an exportable and an importable package. So that I don't have to spend the time. So if I go to the scenes folder, I'm going to delete this scenes folder. I don't need the one that came with the package setup. I'm going to open main menu. Don't want to save that one. That's fine. Oh, hang on. We need Text Mesh Pro as well because it doesn't import like a proper package. You want Text Mesh Pro. There we go. Import the essentials. I'm going to code this manually. Simple, yeah. It's everything will be done like in the same way as I did it in the lecture, right? Like in the lecture I had no prep at all. I literally put a list of games on screen and said vote for your favorite, and I'll rebuild a functional prototype of that in Unity. They picked Doom. I don't think I've uploaded it yet, and I'm planning to, but I have like the video of that. It's about 2 hours long, uninterrupted, and we're talking core features, right? We're not talking a finished game. Like the core functionality, enemies can chase you and kill you. Like you can shoot enemies. There's a start and an exit. I'm going to import the examples and extras because it'll save me a little bit of time. And I did that live without any assistance, and it's kind of what inspired me to do this. Because I was like, okay, well, if I do the same sort of approach of let's smash through this, but give myself a little bit more flexibility with the time, then let's see how far I can get. Right, so we've got our basic setup. Apparently, for some reason, one of the buttons is still not drawing. Null reference exception. Oh, fantastic. Already, in TextMesh Pro. How is TextMesh Pro broken? Guys, come on. This is like an official asset. I think I had this in a previous project, actually. It's interesting. It's loaded for this, but not for this. Let's have a look at the other buttons. What are we... Well, let's just... I've loaded tons of packages, and that... Like, loading lots of packages tends to upset it. So let's just restart. So, the way I'm going to approach this for AI is nothing that goes directly into this project is going to touch AI. The Unity AI feature is turned off. It's not installed. I have the GitHub Copilot not installed in Visual Studio. There we go. It's loaded properly now. It's just because I'd thrown so many package changes out. I think I'd just confused the hell out of the editor. Couldn't find a README. I guess a good time to open Visual Studio. There's also part of the prep for this is like quite literally just set up your environment, because I've literally wiped Unity and Visual Studio off my computers completely. Couldn't find asset database.find asset readme. Did I forget to bring a asset out? I'm going to have to open my portfolio project for this. All right. Open that one too. I'm going to change the version of Visual Studio we're using, because part of also doing this is not just about can I make the game. I'm experimenting with like updating to all the new tools. So I'm using the latest version of Unity. I have been holding off using the Visual Studio 2026 for a while, so we're going to use that. Fire that up. Going to get upset with me. This is the first time, literally the first time I've opened 2026. I've just, let's say, I didn't want to change while I was in the middle of like critical projects, even though I thought this is probably going to be relatively stable. This is one of the few pieces of software I think Microsoft are actually good with. Like it tends to work. Maybe it might throw me a little bit with buttons. Maybe buttons will be slightly laid out differently, but we're not going to worry too much about that. I'm also going to hide the project, or I just don't use it. Doing Unity development. Right, okay, options manager. I opened that purely to force Visual Studio to open to do its first run stuff. Let's see. So this is complaining that sometimes it breaks itself so bad you have to reboot. Okay. It also, I mean, I generally will pick up software very, very early. It's just that because I've had so many critical deadlines over the past year or so, I just was a little bit nervous about changing my environment and losing a load of extra time when I was quite literally just down to the wire with everything. Hang on, resources folder. That's not it. Did I not commit it? Let's have a quick look. GitHub app. I left it on a different branch. I am on a different branch. That might. That might be interesting. Oh, and of course I didn't make this in its own branch. Fantastic. Have a quick look on main. So I've put both my other screens up so you can see what's going on. Obviously, I'm a little bit torn in the for it's difficult for me to make both of them visible at the same time. But generally, it's going to be Unity on the right screen, code on the left screen. Once I've got actually into the flow of building things, character controller, player control. Where's the README? You know what? We're not going to worry about the README. Like, part of the point of this is don't worry about things that you don't actually need. So let's get things compiled. And I'm going to set up an assembly. Let's check the rising. Okay. Okay, we're going to want README editor. Okay. It's failing to load the asset. Pretty sure this works in other projects. It does. Yes. Right. So I just need to figure out where the asset it's looking for is hidden, because it's generally in the resources folder, but it's not, because there are other folders it can go into. Me actually bring those over scripts. Oh my god, I didn't import the README yet. One of the other objects I've got in the scene must have the README on. That's why it's complaining. I did bring the README in. There. Oh, I just twigged. It's not my README. It's the built-in README for. It's the built-in one in the starter assets. It's not. I have my own README package that I was about to, and I got confused that I thought I'd already put it in. It's not actually an error. It's just because I've deleted the README that comes with the project, which is kind of intended. This is not a good start. The half asleep, getting mixed up with things. I didn't even twig. Like, right, let's put this in. This is what I thought it was. When you're coding, just having that on full screen when you were testing the game, just the game. Yeah. I mean, what I've done is just to go back to a thought. I've actually set up a scene where I can just click and swap them. So if I'm spending a significant amount of time, like in one, I can toggle them. Originally, I was going to try and side by side them, but like when you side by side them, they're both too small to see what's going on. So I thought, well, like you can at least see if something's happening on the other monitor, and like if I forgot to do something, give me a nudge. Already contains a definite right. I need to set up namespaces. Okay, right. Let's reorganize this slightly. Folder. Don't need that. Don't need. So starter assets goes in there. Text Mesh Pro goes in there. That's the one that's causing the problem. The fun one. It's interesting. It doesn't work too differently to the one I use. Right. Now I'm pretty sure none of these have assembly. Okay. Partial declaration of README must not specify different base class. Okay, I should have put this in a namespace. I don't actually think it matters that much for coding. I think what matters more is the ability of the person using it to be able to tell it what to do. I think that matters far more than it matters far more than the agent itself. I can't wait till inline namespace def. In fact, have they implemented? No, they haven't. There's a change coming in the future to put namespaces inline, so you don't have to put the brackets in. I think it's coming next over the next sort of 6 months. What about for game creation via vibe coding? Oh, I remember why I didn't put this in space before. We'll leave that for the moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the third-party stuff in its own assembly definition. Some of them have one, but I like to do this because it massively improves your compile times. So scripting, it can cause some additional errors. You sometimes have to do tweaks. Call it thirdparty.all. Isn't it only in the developer preview version? I don't mean a Visual Studio. It doesn't work with Unity yet. Something's just occurred to me as well that I think, if I remember rightly, TextMesh Pro doesn't like this as well. Or add all of its. But normally you want to avoid adding a load of extra stuff. Yeah. But the point of this assembly is just prevent when I write my code that it fails. Yeah, there's a few things that are coming to Unity in the future. That there's supposedly some big improvements. Oh yes, this is definitely upset it. Input system does not exist in the name. First person controller. Yeah. But the starter assets had its own assembly. They removed that? Okay, well, I don't mind adding the extra stuff in. Kind of the point that, let's say, the point of this is essentially just be a general, but for the separate third-party assets I'm not going to edit. And this feels like a lot of faff, and it is. But when you get to the point where you've got a lot of third-party assets and you change just a small thing in your own code, this massively improves your compile time. What I should be doing with a lot of the stuff I've imported of my own stuff as well is having a proper package, and I don't. Like my own README should be in a package rather than just an asset dump. I've not got around to setting that up yet. Raptor, how you doing? It's nice to see you too, bud. Nice to see you too. Okay, let's have a look at the warnings. Reload. I actually didn't even properly read that. Find first object by type is obsolete. Use find any object by type instead. Okay, we can do that. And this is why this stuff is why whenever you have a new project, always assume you're going to spend like most of the first day just setting things up again. I'm going to close this until I need it because I keep accidentally tabbing back to it. Very busy actually working. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Do you mean in the factory though? Oh, are they still enabled? Oh, I should probably remove those. Hang on. It's been like 3 years since I've been live, so I'm not even sure if where are we? Factorio, Factorio, Factorio. Don't really need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. I don't have any kitty treats handy, so we're gonna have to leave that one disabled. I guess my last stream was a Factorio stream, which is interesting. Wait, all rewards are disabled? Well, let's put some of the generic ones on. Yeah, why not? Why not? That'll do. Okay, so we got the generic ones. I'm not doing press ups, guys. I need to focus today. I'll put stretch back on because that's probably a good idea. Change it out for miniature painting. Oh, that's got. I bet that's getting costly. You're a Warhammer fan, right? Okay, let me. The type readme is blah blah blah. Conflicts with the imported type readme. Blah blah blah. This that's only a warning. We'll ignore it. Hydrate might be good. I mean, that's not a bad shout. Yeah, it'll wait till lunchtime. I'll set a few more up on when I get to lunchtime. Working for a new company that does remote management. Interesting. Limiting yourself to Blood Bowl and Kill Team. The games that don't force you to stay playing them for like 16 hours straight. Okay, right. Warnings. These are just the readme warning. Okay, so got the quick actions. Yes, I actually want to test at this point if Copilot is actually disabled. Because it keeps re-enabling itself. I can live with the warnings. I want to crack on. Right. Okay. I'm gonna drop that over to the second monitor. And let's get the first commit done. We'll do initial commit. Initial commit where I haven't even added it yet. Add a repository. I haven't even added it to GitHub. Actually, while I've got some other like seasoned programmers here, what do you guys use for version control? You can attend a tournament, play 3. That's fair. That's fair. This repository uses git lfs. Oh, of course, because I initialized it with Okay, I messed up. I let Unity initialize it, and I don't want it to use git lfs because that's a bad idea. Let's see if it yells at me. Use Bazaar and Datadog. I've never used those. Interestingly, I really shouldn't have used Unity. Why is it Unity just cannot play nice with other version control? Like if I set Git up from scratch, it's fine. But every time you let Unity do the Git setup, something behaves weird. They will use AWS. Now I have 2 different main branches. Let's have a quick look on. Oh, we need to pay. I actually really like GitHub's 2FA system. The whole like asking you to pop up in the app and requiring it for any sort of root access. Right. That's it. It's online. Let's make sure it's not accidentally been made public or it's. You know what? We probably can make this one public. Why not? I'm kind of making this kind of a showcase piece. Let's make it public. Okay. Claude and Unity are like becoming. Do you know? I think the you know, in Unreal 6 they're removing blueprints. I think the fact that they don't work well with AI is a big part of why. Because like Unity is leaning quite hard into AI, so I think that Unreal needs to be able to Unreal needs their developers to be able to use AI, or they won't be able to keep up. Right, I'm gonna put because I want to kind of keep flashing it up for reference. Right, we've done the project setup. I'm going to strike through these in. Wait, can you not strike through in Google? Google Docs doesn't have a strike through. Oh, it does. It does. Okay. Networking, I'm not going to put down as done until I've actually tested it. Menus are. Let's actually test them. Cost $250. See, the cost is one of, but not the main reason I've been setting AI up locally. Right, options menu. Could not be loaded because it has not been added to the active, but of course. Forgetting steps. It was quite interesting, you know, like the first time I did this in like live, it is quite interesting because it's very different trying to do something that where you have to focus and move fast while also talking about it. Like doing it in a lecture was even harder because I was like trying to frame things for like first years. Okay, that'll do. Like, yes, of course, massively cheaper than a developer. Unused button does nothing. Perfect design. And then we've got Control L. I think or just L. I don't have the game manager set up, so we can't actually lose. I don't think. Placeholder and lose buttons. If I remember, hash references, nothing. Runtime variables, nothing. Properties, nothing. Did I even configure a win you lose button? Private game. I didn't configure a win lose for the template. That's fine. So we can transition into the game and we can play the game. That's fine. Right, what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to delete the main menu canvas. Not the main menu, sorry. We're going to delete the level 1 main canvas because we're not going to need it for this. We're going to be building a game where the UI is entirely diegetic, so that's fine. I do love the story, actually, Simple. Like when we talk about the costs of AI, the the there's lots of companies making requirements for developers to use a minimum amount of like AI, and they've just been scripting it to ask to repeatedly ask nonsense, which I think is hilarious. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Right, I'm going to rename level 1 to Bootstrap because I'm going to handle some of the loading in this with additive loading later. So what we want to do is we have Bootstrap, which will contain all the game has started stuff, and then we'll load content levels later. But so it's purely just a rename for now, because I think for the moment we're just going to exist in one level. So the menus are essentially done. I'm just updating this in the document as well. Right, let's check the game over screen works. We have the game over screen, and we have a win screen. Okay. I'm just looking at the toolbar for Google on Google Drive. Because either I'm blind or strike through isn't on the toolbar. Isn't securing GitHub shit for version control security in its if I'm honest, Simple, that's probably something you know about more than I do. What do you think the issue with it is? Right. So our next step, we need to get naive way for those to look at it though. Tell lower end users every day users to use AI to be more productive. The high end areas of IT industry like fuck AI, better find it silly and so. I think the problem is that there are a lot of, I think, very sensible concerns over AI. Right. What we need is we need a just a test environment. Yeah, I think there's a lot of very sensible concerns, and I think the 2D scene. I'm an idiot. I need to delete this. And I do think people should be using AI. You know, I have published AI research at this point, and I have a long list of other research projects that include AI. I don't think we should be avoiding AI. I think we should be using AI. But I think that there's a lot of, say, AI related issues just being completely ignored. And like there's a lot of people that just are not aware of the risks and the problems. And I think that those of us that understand the technology better kind of have a responsibility to make sure that it gets used correctly. So I think the biggest problem with people not being sensible with AI is just that there's a lot of cases where AI just there's stuff that AI isn't good enough, and people don't know they need to ask certain questions or they need to do certain things in a piece of software, and the AI will do it. They have no understanding of what's going on, and they'll ship it. And one of the things that AI is really bad at is doing all the security things that don't regularly get published, because there's not a lot of public data um, to be able to actually train the AI on that. Like it's generally just terrible at making sure it's secure and tested. Basic testing it's good at, but security it's just not good at. And a lot of the time it doesn't even have an awareness that it needs to do anything to add security unless you know what to ask for. And if you're one of those like basic users who's just like, oh, I had an idea and I asked AI to build it and it did it, you don't know you need to tell it, okay, implement this security feature. Now, if you're somebody who is a senior developer, like somebody who's been coding for years, you know what to tell it. You know, okay, I need you to implement this. But I mean, that is a fair it's a fair comment. Simple. That is an absolutely fair comment. I think I may have overcomplicated this by putting the type in here. Background map. But you know what? I think this will do actually. Oh, it's using an area light. Okay, this will actually do as I'll set up. Background mat, yeah, that'll do for now. Platform, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to delete the Unity ball. What is key light? That's interesting. What is attached to this? Tripod neck. Spotlight. Ah, it's just a spotlight plate. That's fine. I'm not going to keep that. See, this is partly for me. This is also like I mean, if I really wanted to get this done as fast as possible, I should have just stuck with the stuff I know. But I wanted to play and like have a go with some of the stuff I'm not particularly used to. Like check out some of the new stuff. I was right out a phased build plan with testable steps to ensure it's doing what I want. Also have it ask me questions for clarity to what. Yes, getting it to ask questions for clarity, I think, is quite critical. I also think when you're asking it to develop you things that are big and bold. Actually, let's keep the spotlight. Turn the widget size down. I think when you're asking it to do like massive thing, let's get rid of the game view. And when you're asking it to do massive things and not checking in, that's just not a good idea. This is actually perfect for the sort of TV vibe I want to go with. So I'm actually gonna prefab this. I'm gonna prefab the spotlight head. Create folder arena lighting, and I'm gonna prefab the key light as well, and then I'm gonna delete it because I don't really need it seen at the moment. I also don't need the underlights. I'm trying to use Blender short now. Actually, we'll rename that. Rename that spotlight, and I'll prefab it. Delete that. Backlight's just the same thing. So we got the ceiling light. Is just an area light. We may want to increase that, but that's fine. Using multiple LLMs, so you're sort of leaning into each one's strengths. The Claude assets in Blender from Humble Bundle. Have they actually released a Humble Bundle that's just AI assets? Please tell me they have not just released a Humble Bundle that's just AI assets. AI foundations and applications. AI machine learning. Oh, for God's sake. I'm only skimming these, but the Ultimate AI and Machine Learning Bundle? Thank you, Simple. AI box modeling with Blend. I'm not sure I like this. I'm not sure I like this. Oh, you know, it could be worse. It could be worse. Let's not get too distracted though. Right. So we've got by graphics department. I don't think it's going to be that bad, if I'm honest. Right, I'm going to delete the platform because I want a more basic 3D object. I'm also going to prefab the lighting, and that's main level lighting. I should have renamed it first because I want them to have the same name. See, I have been very impressed with what AI can do, and every now and then I do an experiment to be like, if I ask it the way a dumb user, you know, like a project manager would, somebody who doesn't know the technical stuff. I'm mocking project managers a little bit. Like imagine you go to a client, right, and you know the stupid questions clients ask, like, and have no awareness of what can be done at all. So, and the trouble is, if you're asking those sort, like, if you're essentially having to translate to get a good response, I find it hilarious that if you can't ask the good questions, like if you can't ask the right things, it struggles. Okay, we're gonna make ground interesting. Wait, what was that? Why does the background mesh has a box? Of course, because it's actually considered ground as well. Well, one of the research projects I had on was actually to sort of explore AI's ability / inability to. I just use the inside of the background mesh. I don't like the idea of that. Its inability to do certain things, like the the uncanny valley principle, right? So, one of the things I find quite interesting is like the uncanny valley, like something looks real enough that you can't quite tell it's not real, but there's something in your brain going, this isn't right, and it sets off these sort of alarm bells. It feels like just has this creepy vibe. What I find quite interesting about that is if you look at a lot of AI stuff, it has almost the same vibe in a lot of different mediums. So I'm going to reduce the thickness to 5, raise it up. Not sure I really like doing that. Let's not agonize on it being right. Don't need it. We need it to be good enough. But it's the same. I think it's the same principle as like when you meet somebody who's like a psychopath. Like humans have this sort of sixth sense for that. Like sometimes people just give you creepy vibes. And make sure I get the actual correct. Yeah, sometimes people just give you creepy vibes. And it's because like we're sort of evolved to spot somebody that doesn't have emotion and is faking it, right? And I think a lot of so that sort of principle of your brain is tuned to spot when the emotion is missing and it's being faked. I think that actually works in a lot of other mediums. So in music and in visual art and even in some cases in text, is that I think your brain can spot that the emotion is missing, even though you couldn't quite put your finger on why the vibe is off. Now, there's a lot of things where people will point out, oh, well, this shows it's done with AI, and this shows it's done with AI. Let's raise the height of this a little bit. But I think a lot of it is just the I keep trying to use Blender shortcuts. I think a lot of it is the same uncanny valley principle, right? Is you just to work making multiple agents as in a developer. Hey, Turbo Smurf, how you doing? Use MCP to attach the right software is just amazing. Yeah, I think the ability to just attach to different tools, but the trouble is, the bigger the team. Okay, Raptor, nice seeing you again. Meeting interfering. The bigger the team of AI, right? The more time it takes to actually properly validate their work. And I think one of the problems we're going to get, because humans are lazy, right? If we turn around and say it's totally okay that we just use AI whenever we like, part of the problem we're going to create there is people are going to look at that just about right output, or just not look at it at all. Like people do stupid shit and don't check. I mean, you think how many times have you seen a pull request that somebody has clearly just looked at it and gone, it's probably right, and just approved it? Like stuff like that happens all the time, even in like fairly critical like places, because humans are lazy. It happens all the time. Right, I'm going to replace the bootstrap scene with this one. Right. Ooh, we got some fun extra stuff now. Not used to my new Forget I'm not Midnight Queen anymore. See, with me, I've had the same name since basically the beginning of the internet. So I either have Big Monday or Big Mumble Like one's just the short version of the other. I mean, the thing is, you have policies, but how are those policies enforced? Because people skip the policies and when they're under pressure or exhausted or whatever all the time. It happens. So how do you avoid that human element of, well, yeah, people are going to mess up. I think I am going to increase the size of this to 3 by 3. I'm going to make it uniform because it was. Light enabled in on scene. Light in the scene. Not be updated in. So this scene now is really freaking dark. They're enforced by AI systems. Ooh. See, I am not comfortable with the enforced by AI systems just because a lot of the AI systems that let's just say because of the amount of terrible implementations I've seen. You know, I'm going to make this even bigger. Because a lot of the terrible implementations I've seen, I am quite concerned that a lot of those are just not going to be good. Right, this will do, I think, for the moment. What I might want to do later is add some additional lights. But I think this will do just to. I want something that gives me sort of. Let's put a spotlight back in. Transform. The problem, what makes me uncomfortable is a lot of the AI implementations are done using AI technologies that are not deterministic. And what concerns me about that, well, it's probably obvious, but if it's not deterministic, how do you ever rely on it to do any sort of validation? Now, if you're going to turn around and say, okay, well, what I'm doing, change the. If you're going to turn around and say, well, look, what I'm using is like we're using something deterministic, like, okay, then I'd be less concerned. But it does sort of concern me with the speed at which lots of different AI stuff has come out. That that lots of it just isn't particularly validated. Right, I'm going to take that up to the height it needs to be. 10, so we'll make the spotlight rotate it through 180. That should give me a bit of. So take it 7.5. 7.5. I mean, somebody shows me a like validated AI, like I'd be less concerned. Something that can actually be properly certified, but I keep seeing projects where I'm like, this very clearly is terrible, and the intensity of 30, and its range is a bit low, so range slightly. Right, so now we've got kind of off. Okay, I think that'll do. Like, we don't need the best light here. I'm just looking to add some sort of go with that. Go with that. That works. Mixture of llama and mist. Well, this is the thing. Like, I guess this is part of the problem, right? Is that the people who are, if you're making AI that is actually seriously validated and good, you're probably not telling everybody about it because of like security reasons. You don't tell people about your like particularly well validated AI, right? It's generally not great. You're using what would be classed as fully see, that makes me less concerned. The fact that you also understand what I'm getting at also makes me less concerned, right? But there's a lot of people that I talk to who are like doing these massive AI like projects, and they don't understand what deterministic even means. And I'm like, you've just made a security product that has a random element to how it will output. It doesn't matter how many layers of additional checks you put on. If it's got a random element to its output, it's going to fuck up at some point, right? Like it is an inevitability. Okay. We'll add. I'm just going to commit that to GitHub. Push. Link his company's bank to its. Okay. Okay. We've got a placeholder floor. We don't have a placeholder room. Now we need spawning. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the third party. Did I put the first person control? I wanted the third. Oh, don't tell me I accidentally put in the wrong starter asset. I did. I put in the wrong starter asset. It's fine. At least this one plays nice. I should have noticed when it was missing the assembly definition file because I've seen it. I think one of my like I do find it quite amusing the amount of like horrific stories we keep seeing of like data leaks with AI now, or it deleting the entire production database and crazy stuff like that. And it's like, why? Why did it have access to delete the database? Why? I know, and like AI as a technology has existed for well before ChatGPT came along, and like to most people, it's just interchangeable. So, but you've got a lot of people who don't know anything more than that that are writing projects, and they're sort of they're writing up proof their thing works with AI, and have no idea how to properly validate it. And then they're going and selling that AI to people who have no idea to check their validation and check that they that it actually works properly. And then we get stupid stuff like, I can't remember what company it was. There was one of the companies that had when you paid for, I think it was a pizza. You paid for pizza, and it output your credit card number, and stuff on screen. After, when you get to your order is confirmed, it would just output all their information as text. And I thought about that. Well, that is an error, right? It's if we assume for a moment that it's being sent in a secure format, and it's at least an error, it shouldn't have been there. And I'm like, well, the amount of validation that's supposed to go into like payment processing, it's like, how was that not caught? And like, I think you get a lot of things come out of that, and it's like, well, somebody asked AI to do it and didn't check it, because they maybe also asked AI to check it. And it had access to. Whole point of using AI is to skip. Oh my god, no, no, no! We should never skip the validation. Only it had access to moved all the company accounts into that account, but it could protect it, but didn't tell anyone, so the company thought it lost all its money. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's like an AI should never have that much access. Like, it's still an experimental technology. Like, an experimental technology should not have that much access. Like, no matter how much it can save your or how much it can do, it is still an experimental technology. And like, the idea that somebody is giving it that much access is kind of crazy. Right, let's get a player in now. Let's make sure it's put things fantastic and it's not merged them. All right, we'll move it to there. Please overwrite correctly. Of course. Now we end up with 2. Third person. Get file. You can ask it to plan the work. You can ask it to do a lot of the work, but then require a human confirmation to actually do it. So, in the case of the bank, using bank accounts as an example, right? Let's say that it detects the issue it thought it detected, right? Will you have it have it contact the humans that are actually in charge of that and notify them and ask for confirmation, or just get them to push the OK button, right? But far too often we skip the check what it's doing step. No, it's not going to cost them too much money. Like, its purpose is not to get rid of people. Its purpose is to increase productivity. Now, in a lot of cases, that does mean getting rid of people, but it doesn't have to. Because AI is a productivity multiplier, right? It takes whatever productivity you can do and it multiplies it. Having a competent human in charge of the AI multiplies that person's productivity by it's debatable how much, but I'd say conservatively, like, I find it gives me like 5 to 10 times. Like, in some cases, I found it like massive, like ridiculously huge boost to productivity. The point is not to just let it do everything on its own. The point is to increase productivity. If the automated work, right? Okay, so give me an example. Yeah, but we're talking of a situation of somebody who's in a leading position with like dealing with critical, like somebody who has the authority to do critical things like empty the company bank accounts, right? We're not talking about somebody who struggles to complete basic tasks. We're talking about somebody who is in a sort of high position and is doing stuff that is mission critical, right? Now, if we're talking about, okay, somebody wants help writing their email, you know what? Does that really matter? Like, I mean, if they're the PR person and they have access to the company's like customer mailing lists, that becomes a bit of a critical issue if it messes up and does the wrong thing. But you can have it write all the emails, prepare the list of people it wants to send them to, and then ask the person in charge of marketing, "Is this okay?" So it depends. Like you need to work out where your point, like how mission critical something is, how much responsibility it should take. And if you've got something in a company you would not trust to the new guy, then you absolutely should not be allowing AI to do it, right? Like, under no circumstances should AI be doing that. Now, if you've got something trivially simple, I'm kind of questioning how the camera's attached here because I didn't attach it at all, but it looks like it's moving. Anyway. Yeah, if it's something you wouldn't trust to the new guy, it shouldn't be done. Even with policies in place, though, like it's still an experimental technology, which makes me very nervous about when people are giving it way more access than they do. Right. Do I just put the basic player follow camera on? Let's have a quick look. Right. Okay, the sample scene came with a free camera script. Which include basic camera move. That's why it was moving. Okay. Well, I don't need that. We can delete that. Okay. And for the moment, I'm going to put on the camera that comes with the third-person controller. So, player follow camera. I remember one. Oh, hang on. Go around with player follow. Go around with. I'm not even sure I really need. I don't really need the camera here. I'm kind of planning to build my own anyway, so I might just put a fixed camera on this. All that good enough. Like, I have an MCP connector that will allow my AI to build and scan clients' networks to do pen tests. However, it needs multi-access Docker sign-off or virtual server to be on for it, and then once it's on, pull the client details. It needs validating sign-off. Okay. That's kind of interesting. I have to get on a call one day and have a proper chat about AI with you, Simple. I think I am just going to put a kind of torn. I'm kind of torn on where to, on camera. So we want player camera route. I think it's this way. Player camera route and armature. I'm going to open the starter assets because it actually comes with the scene, so I can just compare it. Save that. Player follow camera. We don't have a look at, we just have a follow. That's fine. Okay, we'll set it up like that. This is why having samples is useful. Like these days, I like a lot of the time I build my own samples just because when you can't remember how something was set up, it saves you so much to be able to just open a simple sample of it. Right, player armature's there. Camera, raise that up to 150 -2. Okay, I think that makes sense. Actually, let's raise it up there, and we'll rotate it downwards. Why is it not updated? Did I move the wrong component? Yeah, I'm not against, but I'm not. Did I put it facing the? I'm not against using AI. Oh, I've got the main camera still. Okay, let's delete the main camera. Player follow cam. Main camera. I mean, I'm making a point of it for this because I just wanted to have a play. Like, it's always good to sort of get you know, stay in practice. Have a quick look. That's got audio. Interesting. I will say, like, it's kind of. I definitely find this harder to focus when I was just giving the lecture. Oh. What did I forget? Player follow cam. I think I know what I forgot. Main camera. Because it takes over a main camera. Duh. Okay. Prefabs. Don't save. This is why it's good to practice these things. I am actually like I did find that project actually quite interesting, simple. Like, and I would genuinely really enjoy like having a proper look at that. Okay, there we go. Now we have a camera. Okay, we're gonna do pivot point and global. That do. I think that'll do. Right, that'll do for the moment. I'm going to save that. To added player to scene. Oh, that's a point. There was a reason I wasn't going to do it this way, and I've just remembered why. Yeah, I've just remembered why I wasn't going to do this. Let's revert to a more basic camera. And we will attach it to the player. No, let's not attach it to the player. For reasons that will become apparent later. Okay, so we want it 0, 10, I guess. 0, 90, 0. There we go. Okay, this is probably what we want, and I want a wider lens. Like that, I think. That'll we'll do 95. That'll do for the moment. I'd say Unity is used for loads and loads of stuff. It's stretch a bit. It's one of my I kind of have some favorite examples of stuff. The first Subnautica game is one of them because that game is absolutely beautiful. Right, let's see how this plays because this character controller is designed to move based on. I think it requires certain components. Have a quick look at the script. Yeah, yeah, Subnautica because of how beautiful it is. But one of the ones that I really really like, is Sons of the Forest, because you can be flying through and like there are thousands and thousands of like trees visible, and they're all physics interactive. Yeah, yeah, it's actually a massive part of the market. Like when Unreal talks about being like the biggest engine, right? Unreal is the biggest engine if you look at money earned, right? Because a lot of the big devs favor it. If you look at number of releases, Unity is the biggest engine. Right. I'm trying to figure out how I just skip this without having to rewrite a load of it. You know what? Maybe what I'll do is just load up the other project I've got where I have already solved this problem and copy things over. Yeah, it's big in terms of money. It's not big in terms of releases. And if I'm honest, I don't think it'll be that long before AAA starts moving away from it. Partly because of how horrifically unoptimized it is. And it's got to the point where there are people saying I can't get this game because it takes up too much hard drive space, and people cannot afford to upgrade at the moment. So if you're a game dev, you need to be making stuff that fits in a small footprint, and Unreal is definitely not something that fits in a small footprint. And I think as that problem continues to get worse, people are just going to be not buying Unreal games as much. I think Unreal 6, I don't think is going to make things much better, because I think a big focus of Unreal 6 is them sort of integrating the Fortnite stuff, and I think like my theory is a big part of them dropping blueprints is to migrate to like a more AI friendly system. So they're making radical changes. I don't think it's gonna really improve things a great deal. I could be wrong. It's been known to happen. Right, so what I want is my character controller package from the other project. So it's interesting to see. It is, but I do find it very interesting to see who's still using their own engine, and I think it's kind of a bit sad that we're losing a lot of like the new engines, like the unique engines, and a lot of developers are moving over to using Unreal or Unity rather than maintaining their own engines. And I think the short term of that is it reduces costs, right? They don't have to maintain. They don't need a development department that maintains and develops their engine. But at the same time, one of the things that drives diversity in what features are available and what our games can do is the variety of engines that they're built in. Like a lot of engines were built because one of the existing ones just didn't do something the developer wanted to do. So we're moving away from I need to build an engine that will do the cool thing I want to do, and moving towards I'm just going to make a game that fits within the constraints of the engine, which is great for people who just want to make money or make something simple. But if you're there going, okay, I want to do something new. I want to go beyond what's already done. That's kind of being done a lot less. I mean, you can extend the engine both with Unity and Unreal, so it's not like you can't push them. But I feel like we are kind of losing a little bit of that ability to push the limits. And I think that's a little bit sad. Don't get me started on Unreal. Don't get me started. I have a big problem with Unreal. A big problem with Unreal. Like, Unreal frustrates me no end. Right, now we have a character controller. This is one I designed, and it's got essentially modular features. I am going to have to add a few things to this. Okay, what do you mean by ripping off the modules, though? Because a lot of the features that they're introducing are like a lot of the reasons they make unique engines are kind of they go against the design paradigm of a particular engine. It's one of the reasons they change. One of the reasons to have a different engine, and sometimes if something just goes completely against the design paradigm, you end up with like it just being a ridiculously large amount of work to rebuild things. Like it's possible in Unity to write your own renderer, and rendering is a big one that like why they have their own engine. So Unity, it's possible to write one, but that means ripping out a big part of the engine. At that point, oh, why are you using it? I do think as eventually, I really hope that as companies get more comfortable with using things like, well, let's rip out the renderer and write our own, that will be more practical. Well, it's a start. The camera's a problem here, but we don't have errors. We don't actually need the camera for this character. So I'm going to remove it and just put player in. Yeah, I'm really hoping that they will start ripping out the engine where necessary. Right, so I'm going to go back to the just fixed down camera. Do that. I think I deleted something. I shouldn't. I deleted the wrong thing. Oh, I'm an idiot. There we go. I deleted the geometry. Well, I think it doesn't help with Unreal 5 how horribly like horribly optimized it is. It's really hard, like, because of its performance footprint, you lose a lot of your ability to like improve realism just by like how big the performance footprint just to open, I don't know, a noughts and crosses game is. Like, it's ridiculous. Right. Whereas if you have something that is incredibly efficient, like, you can brute force it to an extent. Right. We have a camera. This player has a camera, which we don't need. And delete that. Mark this one as main camera. I'm going to set this to input. This is actually experimental and an incomplete character controller as well. So part of what I'm expecting to have to do this week is send this, but we'll cross that bridge later. Theoretically, it's possible to decompile a game. But it's not as easy as you would think. I leave the and when you decompile it, like, games are not necessarily easy to understand. Camera. Find the references in scene. Let's delete that for a moment and just see if this runs without error. Because I'll say maybe I've like packaged a. Okay, it's not that I packaged a experimental build. Change a setting. Maybe I change the setting to. Let's try that. I changed. I'm probably referencing the camera in the script. A lot of settings. Well, let's set that. Right, let's see how we do with that. It doesn't necessarily have all the stuff that the custom engines are tweaked to do. Oh, of course, I'm doing camera relative. I am doing camera relative movement for. Here's I forgot to that as a. Right, and code. there's a lot of stuff. So I really wish Unreal would chill out with just trying to have everything enabled, though. Like, it has so many features that are really unnecessary. Right. Runtime variable properties. Movement module. Well, I think Unreal is just, it's too big. And I think what they need to do is take a step back, go, look, we've got a load of stuff where we have 6 different functions to do the same thing. We have like horribly inefficient functions all over the place. Let's take a step back, refactor it to try and simplify it. Look at maybe the performance. Essentially, they need a major release that has almost no focus on new features. They need to focus on stability, efficiency, and developer quality of life. Because, like, to give an example, a couple of examples, right? And I love these examples because I think most programmers will get this, right? I know when I was developing Unreal, I noticed if you use the keyboard hotkeys copy paste, it functions differently than if you use the menu. And it functions differently if you use the right-click menu. Like, it will treat sub-objects and values differently, depending on how you implement it. And I find that ridiculous. I'm like, you've got 3 separate implementations of copy-paste. Just write one implementation and call it from all 3 places. The way I look at this and the way what I think must have happened is 3 separate devs or dev teams got assigned to go make copy paste, right? And one team said, go make copy paste hotkeys. And somebody else went, go make copy paste on the right click menu. And somebody else got, go make copy paste on the menu at the top. And all of them went away and did it. And nobody then looked at it and went, that's identical functionality we could abstract. What we really need is a very small team to do UI for all 3. And then we'll put the best members of those teams to do the actual function. But that's not the way. That's just not how it happened. Like, and that frustrates me, like, massively. Right. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. I'm gonna toggle monitors for a second. It frustrates me because I know, like, how bad that is. Like, I feel like it's just lazy. Like, it feels like there's nobody in charge of the whole thing looking at it and going, we just spent triple the resources to make something worse. And there's lots of instances of this in Unreal. Like, I think it's why a lot of the blueprints don't work the way you would expect, because they're supposed to work just like the code, but there's a lot of little examples where it doesn't work the same as the code. I think I can't remember what version I was working in, but I think it was 5.1 when I noticed this. The constructor works differently. Now, if you write it in C++, the constructor will run when the object is created, as you would expect, right? That's what a constructor's for. And bear in mind, that's editor time as well, like runs in editor. If you do it in a blueprint and you drop an object into the editor, it runs twice. And I'm like, well, the whole point of a constructor is it runs when the object is created. Why is it being run twice? And the only possible thing I can think of is like, is it creating it twice? So maybe, for example, the object that's shown in the hierarchy and the object that's shown in the editor window are both created. Like, I don't know why it's doing it, but it is, right? I didn't go away and look at like, okay, well, where does this come from? But like very clearly it was doing something weird. A constructor by definition is supposed to run once. And then I noticed if you move an object, its constructor runs every frame. So if you're dragging it around the editor, right? So if I click on an object and I do this, right? Its constructor is running every single frame. And garbage collection and creating an object are quite heavy. And I was looking at this and I'm like, well, does that mean it's not actually moving it? It's removing it and then creating it at the new position. And I'm making a guess at exactly how it's implemented. But I looked at that and was like, just how? I mean, if I sit and go like that back and forth, and just move an object back and forth, I will have tens of thousands of constructor messages. But Unity doesn't do that. If I put something in the constructor in Unity, which you usually don't do with Unity, but if I put something in the constructor with Unity, it runs once. It also runs once when I hit play. So you get it run once in the editor and once at runtime. Okay. Determine movement. Controller.move direction. Move direction. This, I think, is where I need to get the player controller. Let's grab the player. I think that's where the input's actually captured. This is one of the things I need to change in it, is because it should be part of the movement module to change the direction. Handle not attack input. Set move direction. Pop this from camera root while. Okay, yeah. So what we want is we read the vector 2. Really, we just want to apply that to the vector 3. So we just want. I think the axis is still swapped, but we'll deal with that in a second. Where's my commas? Equals new vector. I'm going to save that line. I usually don't save a line because version control I can just roll it back, but I'm going to leave it there for the moment. And we'll do new vector 3 move input .x and move input .y, and we'll want a 0 in the middle. So don't need to 0 it out because it's going to be 0 anyway, so we can skip that. not like it's going to make much difference. Split Fiction I've looked at and it does look insanely good. I've been playing through It Takes Two, like the previous game to Split Fiction. I mean, it's not actually a direct sequel, but it's the same concept, essentially. And it's very, very interesting. Like the whole concept of a game designed to be like it must have two players. Like it's a really cool concept. Right, let's see how this plays. Okay, my problem now is that the camera's attached. And I believe once I remove the camera, it's going to get angry with me because of the reference camera. Let's make it angry anyway, and let's just fix. Yeah, camera's null, and I believe that might be because you're not tagged as camera main. I think it's meant to, without double checking, I think it's meant to check for camera main if it can't find the child camera. Right. If camera's null, hang on. Right. So this is in the character controller. Register a camera to the character. Just blah blah blah. Oh, of course, I made a permanent reference for. Okay. About to finish digging a hole with all achievements. What do you mean digging a hole? If I remember rightly, can probably. Okay. To rework this to not need the camera, and we're going to do camera equals camera dot main. If I could type, that would be nice. And we'll wrap the if again, do another check. Basically telling it, look, if you don't have a camera, find the main camera in the scene. You just dig a hole. Okay. Sounds reasonable. I believe when I first put this check in, it's because it was intended to okay, we're good. We got movement. Right. The check was originally intended because the camera was required for movement. I've been slowly working towards it not being required and it being optional. I've just not updated the validation. Right. So I'm going to commit that as added player to scene because that works. The next step will be getting them to spawn automatically using the network manager, so that I can start to set up multiplayer. So at that moment, guys, I am going to take, because it's lunchtime here and I need to stretch my legs and grab a drink. I push that. I'm going to take 10 minutes to go and grab a pasty and get a fresh coffee. So give me a few minutes, guys. I will be right back.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running. There's no running. I have a broken leg. Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please. Oh, no. Oh, God. There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God! There's no running. There's no running. I have a broken leg. Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please. Oh, no. Oh, God. There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh, no! Oh, God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh, no. No, no! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh, no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God!
Hello, I'm back again. I see you appreciate the old clip selection. I got everything ready in a bit of a rush, so I didn't really have time to go through for much. But thankfully, I have a folder where I'd got a load of stuff ready downloaded. So it was quite fun to see a lot of those. Right. Next. We need to get the networking up and the spawning. So first off, I need to prefab the player as a new prefab because I've made some changes. You okay, cat? Yeah, there's quite a lot of clips. It's just I just threw things together quickly. Because I didn't bother leaving OBS set up because I've reinstalled my PC several times. And what I used to do, is I would keep an export of my scene setup on a hard drive as a backup. But one of the last times I reinstalled things, I was like, well, it's only going to take me like an hour to set things up again. If I want to get back into streaming, it's not going to take me that long. Because I have all the source assets. I was like, yeah, it'd be fine. Okay, so that's now a prefab. So we want a network manager. And it didn't actually take me that long, although it's probably worth mentioning it took me longer than I thought it would, because I also had to do the tax interview again. There was a lot of stuff, settings that have changed on Twitch in the meantime. So it wasn't quite as quick as I thought it was going to be, but it was reasonable. I already installed the multiplayer play mode packages, netcode for game objects. Essentially, one network manager, that's it. I might just copy over the MVP session manager I made as well, because it's just a placeholder at the moment. So create empty network manager. I'm going to reset transform on that, and we'll do network manager. We are going to do client server, do Unity transport, double check everything. Right. That looks right. Signing out. So whether or not the netcode should check for difference in the prefab lists. Oh, of course, because we're not going to get into having different prefabs yet. Where's the map? Which map? That looks right. One. H30. Transport. Oh, for this game, I'm not putting the map in. I want to get the functional, the multiplayer functional first. I'm going to build the map out using rooms afterwards. I just want to get the core functionality in first. And having a map is actually not as core as you would think with this, because just having one room and shooting enemies is higher priority. Default, I need to set the default player prefab, which is exactly why I prefabbed it. And I'm also going to need, if I open the player prefab, just reference it. It needs a network object and then transform. So player. Object. Work. Transform. This is going to need a network animator as well. Add animator. Okay, that should do it. Now, if I remember rightly with how I set this up before, it'll run without the MVP. It'll run without the connector script, without the session manager. I can do them. Okay, we can talk about that. Okay, so this should run if I haven't missed anything, which is entirely possible. Probably the point I want to consider opening a second client as well. Okay. No errors. Awesome. I don't know how I want to handle this field of view thing because I want a top-down camera, and like I just knocked the field of view up a long way, and you have this sort of warped perspective. But that's art direction. We can worry about that later. Okay, so the next step is I need to get an online session handy, and I wasn't going to use this, but let's just use it as a placeholder to actually get things working. I'm probably going to want to rip a lot of this out as well and make some changes. This is essentially just spins up a basic join UI that shows on the screen. Like I'm definitely going to want like a lobby eventually, but we can slap this on for now. I think what I'll do is I'll just copy paste. Didn't think that'd work. MVP session manager. Create script MVP session manager. Now, even though this is largely just a placeholder, I'm going to have a quick run through and double check if there's anything horribly... This is really, really basic as well. We've got max players, which is currently set to 2, and it's hard coded. That's we're gonna make that a config. Serialize field int max players, and we'll default that to 2. And where that's set, because we don't want magic numbers. Where's that property? Can I just replace it? Oh, it's part of session options. Okay, we'll leave. It says give the code to other players. Give the code to other players. During blah blah blah. This has got way more debugging in than it really needs. It was a engineering sample. Joining session code, blah blah blah. That'll do for the moment. That'll do for the moment. That'll do. Let's say I'm going to have to replace it with a full lobby system. This is the bit where I like literally need to just replace all this with actually building a UI. But it's placeholder. Like it's fine. I really don't like using this, but okay, that will do. So the only meaningful change I've made at the moment is adding a configuration option for maximum number of players. Set to 24 sounds fun. Like that was definitely a typo, but I might have to try that later. Now, if I save that, we get this. I'm going to zoom that a little bit to match the window. I'm going to host a game. Disturbs me how slow this is. Right. We are in a game. Let's get the multiplayer play mode set up. Activate play. It's going to be fun because I don't remember how to do this from scratch. There's scene we'll do. Because if I look at usually there's you use a wizard to set this up, but I'm making a point to do this without profile. Let's go Windows. Create build target. Build target cannot run on current platform. Let's see if it'll actually compile for a start. I already have a compile folder. What we'll do, we'll delete that and make a new one. And new folder. I don't know if you caught that. I'm putting it in my downloads folder because my downloads folder is only there for things that I know I can delete. Unlike most people who store important files in their download folder, which I find very frustrating. See people putting like all sorts in there. Okay. So we have a build failed. Why is it bad to just store important files in your download folder? Script editor, readme editor. Could not be found. Oh, of course, because... Okay. I need to exclude some stuff here, but I can't remember how to do everything. So what I'm going to do, I'm just add the build. Sometimes with multiple copies. What was the error? Tutorial info, scripts, editor, readme editor. Could not be found. Are you missing a using directive or assembly reference? Blah, blah, blah. custom editor attribute could not be found. This is for build profiles though. Why is that going in the build? Why is readme editor not conditional compilation? I'm going to wrap this in and see what happens. Because an editor widget should not be preventing us. Serialized object type. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. It's called use the Yeah, of course. Just use downloads for everything. Or desktop, right? What about desktop? You store everything on your desktop, right? Because you don't know how to make a shortcut. Can't see my Rick and Morty images if I use the desktop. That's fair. That's fair. I have desktop icons usually, but I have a very minimal amount of desktop icons. Okay, this is taking longer, which I think means it's actually got past the bit it got stuck at. Okay, it ran. Let's see what we get. This is going to recycle bin. Oh no. Oh no. I have known people who like kept things in their recycle bin. Oh, of course, I didn't set up the level progression. And we start from main menu. That was dumb. Like that. I could just open the project that was set up by the wizard and just double check what it's set to. Your downloads is backed up to a NAS and to OneDrive. What about when you delete something from your downloads though? Doesn't that get deleted from the NAS? Okay, here we go. We have two instances. Still in version history. How long do you keep something in version history though? Okay, so M7 B DPL. Join game. Now this is going to be fun because this is using the same keyboard. UMP server is not running. Okay, let's just set up the loop and I'm going to build it, and then I'll figure about the multiplayer play mode not working. Well, how long is your... How long... Just how much time are they kept for, I guess? While that thinks about processing it, I want... There was a multiplayer I set up as a test previously. I don't remember which one I put it in. Maybe it's just not on here. That's GitHub. I think I had it's. I think I deleted it because it was unnecessary. One I made last year, but like part of the point of this was like see how much I can do without. But we can use things for reference. Sound like a sale time. 38 cents per gigabyte per month. That's insanely expensive. It makes me sad how expensive storage is nowadays. Okay, I need to fix this still because I still need to actually set up the level transition. But we've got error fetching package list. How much? Not downside up. Oh, I like that. I like that. Okay, main menu. Main menu canvas. Start game button. Level manager. First level. Which core is hard coded at the moment because it's placeholder. Why it was not behaving. Thing is, it doesn't take a lot to rapidly fill up like hundreds of gigabytes. Especially with when people have this tendency to manually back things up and then like just copy their entire folder, be like, my documents this month, then the next month, and you're like, why are users only ever incapable of backing up, or just do it in a way that is horribly inefficient? Like, if I'm honest, I'd just be happy they're backing up at that point. Right, but still. Right, where did my brain go? Bootstrap. Let's just double check the file name. Scenes, Bootstrap, that's correct. Let's load the main menu and actually make sure it works in editor, and then we can go outside of editor. Ooh, interesting. Why did that load straight in? Because the multiplayer play mode tells it to load directly into a level. Why would I need backups? I have all the documents multiple times in my downloads folder. Must we? Must we really? Right, we'll leave that disabled for the moment. I'm gonna, in fact, I'm gonna delete that scenario. Right, we'll leave that, and we'll hit play on the main menu. Actually, if I look at my 38 copy. Okay, main menu works. Let's build it. And while this builds, I mean, I'm not a member of this project. Is Unity having an aneurysm? Build. I'm the only member of this project. Right, and while that thinks about its life choices, let's add the older multiplayer project. Now I'm missing 6075 F1. Did I not download that? Oh my god, I didn't download the new one. Okay. You know what? We'll just install the missing version. We'll skip the Android support. We'll skip the web build. And we'll skip the dedicated server build for the moment. Copilot disagrees. Copilot can F off. There's a reason I didn't install Copilot. Got sick of its shit. Patch bundles, lovely. Should have saved it. You're right. You're right. I should have put it in the downloads folder. Everything would have been right with the world if I'd just put it in my downloads folder. I've disabled the in Windows Copilot and the screenshotting bullshit that it. Yeah, I miss you too, bud. It's nice to be able to catch up with people again. Erupt, have you considered just asking Copilot to do it for you? Just make sure you put the end. Make no mistakes. Yes, I disabled recall. I do not want Microsoft constantly screenshotting my computer. I do not want their AI features in my computer. It does not have access to the Oracle support site. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. Did the build finish? Part of me is like, did I click build? Once you've already done it, it's so much faster the next time. I'm like, wait, did I build it? Build completed. Okay. Should get menu. And then I'll be able to load in. Yes. Success. Okay. Let's run the one in the editor. After they put your ticket. Okay, let's host. It bothers me, how long it takes to host. Like how long it takes to actually set that up. As long as you know you can trust it, right? I mean, most people have got a nice get out. Like in that they don't need to trust it. I think I know what I did. Because this is not designed. This player is not designed for network. I just realised why. Okay, I did something dumb again. Right. This is the placeholder player, the one I made for. What is that simple? Oh, you think yours is turned off? Right. I need to actually add something to the player. Let's open the player. This is where I find out that my player is much more incomplete than I thought it was. Because the player was never meant a network object. Oh, this is a problem. All characters are potentially. Oh no, this is going to be fun. This is going to be. Right, okay. So that. Go from monitor to monitor, so I'm going to have to deal with that. Renderer, player renderer. I might want to change the color. We'll deal with that in a second. So we need an on network spawn. Which replaces the on. And let me collapse. This is where this is going to get interesting. Because you get an idea. The character controller I'm using for this, I built one to start replacing Unity's character controller, and it's huge. It's thousands of lines of code, but it's incomplete. Aquapark Tycoon. What's Aquapark Tycoon? Is that like go build SeaWorld? Okay, this is just to make sure we spawn at a slight different offset. Do we need to do that? I think we probably. All right, I'm going to swap monitors. What's happening on the probably focus. Right. Yeah. Work. And we're going to do public override void on work on. Right. Now, this questioning what we actually need. Now, in my simple version, all I was doing was just changing the color. Wait, it has a demo? You guys are trying to distract me into playing a game. Do you know what? Let's put this in as well. Way too simple. Yeah, we don't have a player rent reference. We don't have. Change this player to character. No, not. Oh, I forgot to put the. Character controller. Okay, right. Netcode. Because I thought I would. But because the character controller is in its own assembly definition. That's an old one. Right. Now it's happier. Just need the character renderer. My problem is it's a few months since I worked on this, and I don't 100% remember all the structure. And what I don't want to do is add the renderer if we already have a reference. So let's. Okay.
So there is no ref. Okay, there is no ref. That's probably fine then. Connected. Renderer. Character renderer. Right, so now we get the renderer stored. So what we'll do for this, I think we'll just leave them as green and grey. That's fine. They're just placeholders, so that'll do. Default inputs. Now, inputs are already being set up on this elsewhere, so we cannot worry about that. That's they're on enable. Now, we also don't necessarily need to randomize the spawn position, but I'm going to anyway, just test. But we're also going to locally own place. But don't like, well, I like to use the line. How much is the Aquapark Tycoon? I assume it's a Steam game. Default inputs. Now, mine, I'm not using default input. I am using no inputs at all. Demo is free. I mean, free, I can, that sounds like a reasonable price to try out a game at. Now, what this is doing, don't like the magic number. Again, I'm just going to put some to this. I'm mostly putting this here just to test the version that I'm doing now. It doesn't actually need to really work, and it's not going to work like this in the final game. I've got a compiler error. Character controller, editor. This is why people don't split things into assembly definitions. Yes. I don't know how people like. See, I used to do a lot because I've got a. I don't put it on every GitHub, but I have a thing that runs on GitHub that converts the to-do into issues so they don't get forgotten. I can't remember what it is, where it is now, but we'll worry about that another time. Ask ChatGPT. Just give it full access to you. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I love seeing like when you get code leaks of like big AAA projects and stuff, and there's to do everywhere. Or the much better, this code is complete garbage. On enable. Okay, I need to change that because this he should not be here.
Actually, did I leave him in the bootstrap scene? I did. Okay, that might explain a few things as well. Because once you've actually got the bootstrap up, you shouldn't have one in. That's better. Right, host game. Now it should spawn one. Why we make the prefab. Better. Right. Okay, I'm not going to edit the deprecation warnings for the moment. What I am going to do is we need to intercept the inputs on player controller. If I bring up the old one. Right, what we've got here is the update loop should essentially only run if we're the owner. So what I should probably look at on here as well, if I collapse everything. Some of these have a fixed update loop as well. Oh, and it gives me an idea that could optimize things because I'm relying on the network animator. Maybe not rely on the network. Have the local client do the animation, but we'll get to that. So what we want to do is if owner, rather if not owner, return. On table, blah blah. I think we want that here as well. Don't want to enable controls if we're not the owner. That's called from there. That's called from there. We do have fixed update, so we want there as well. That's just called from somewhere else. Toggle crouch. Like wait, how did that? Toggle crouch is referencing itself. Fantastic. Okay, that's being dumb. They stop toggle crouch is not a reference to this. Like Visual Studio, why did I upgrade? Why? I believed in you, Microsoft. I believed in you. Let me down. Right, host game. Can't believe Microsoft would make a piece of software that. Okay, I messed up. I should probably check
what base.update does as well. It's basically do nothing okay, that's fine. Why is on enable? Why are we not the owner? We have to manually set the owner. We also need an on-network despawn. That doesn't matter. That's fine. I suspect that on enable probably runs first. So do we actually want on network spawn instead of on enable? This is enable the controls. You know, I'm just going to delete that and just confirm it is a problem. There might not be. Let's make certain before we go making sweeping changes. Okay, that is the problem. Let's have a quick look at the execution order. On enable runs first. Okay, makes sense. Am I blind or is on network enable not in here? Internal animation up there. Well, it's not going to be that. Okay, well, we're just going to make a guess. And I'm going to change that to on. Wait, so we want no. Do that. What was it? It was a public override void. On. The found override. Did spell it wrong. And then we're going to call base dot unknown. Going to do if is owner this block that enables inputs, and then we just going to, and we should probably replace on disable with same thing. So public override void on
Player control. We'll want. We'll just disabling the controls is fine. Okay. And don't call that in. Okay. I'm guessing the multiplayer documentation has its own script execution page. I'm not going to bother now. Host. And I can run around. This is progress. And we'll build to that. Come on, build faster. Build completed. Excellent. Play. Art. Now we have to. I should be doing this the other way around because it's bigger on this screen than it is on the other one. Could maximize. At least I have good eyes. Reasonably good eyes. I went into the opticians because my eyesight was going downhill. I noticed that I was having trouble seeing things from further away. And they told me I have 20/20 vision. And I said, yeah, but it's got a lot worse. They're like, well, you must have had much better than 20/20 vision before. All right. Only one. Okay. That's progress. Does it animate on the other screen? It doesn't animate on the other screen. This is where I'm going to regret making this character controller insanely overcomplicated. Update on respawn. Wait, I also got the renderer and it didn't change anything. It's a subcomponent. So it would not have found the renderer because there is no renderer. I would need to check child objects. Okay, so the question now becomes, what am I missing? And actually, let's try host the other. If I host, can I still run around? Right, if I join in the other HNGUKD. In game. Okay, so I can only move. I know why this is. I think I know. Why this is the character control as a loop. I've blocked the inputs, and then I'm trying to rely on the transform. Let me bring up the prefab while I think through this. Prefab player. Right, I've relied on network transform. Active. Now, what I'm thinking is that the submodules for this are not running locally because they also control the position. And if they're running on... If they're running... They run on both. It runs on client and server, and it's server authoritative. So I need to block those locally. All right, player controller, character controller. We want state loop. I think what we probably want to do is if owner turn, and this should be not. If we're not the owner turn, so we rely on the client to move itself. Because this would have just been running always. Or would it have? They're both overwritten. Try that. Let's see what we get. The annoying bit here that I am going to have to keep building this or figure out the time to sleep. Take care, buddy. I'll be around tomorrow if you want to drop in again. Catch you later, bud. Yeah, I definitely need to work out. Yeah, let's open the old one up and we'll look at what I'm missing with multiplayer play mode. Because I don't want to have to keep building it every time. That's going to get tedious very, very quickly. Right, we are the owner. That's fine. Build. Multiplayer. Still not. Come on, faster. Downloading packages. Okay, that explains things. Waiting for a download. I can understand that. It's because I had a big clear out. This is why the answer is just buy more storage. Buy more storage. Project not found. Move. 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 Oh, we're nearly there. That one built. So that one we can launch and actually test this. I don't think that tells me that's not it. Want reload faster. The update coming later this year in I think it's 6.7 to make reloads a lot faster. I'm really looking forward to that. Realized I've been manually typing the join code and there's a copy button. Right. Same problem. Okay. Yeah, because it was never really running in the first place. Because the parent class was... Okay. So... Do I make it... Do I make it... Just make it client authoritative? Is that a bad idea? It feels like a bad idea, but it's not competitive. It's still not finished opening the project I want to use for reference, so we'll build it again. I think I probably need to go back to my demo project where I built the character controller in the first place. And look at... Oh, that's the wrong one. It literally popped up with a new... Go back to the project where I built the character controller in the first place. Just explore redesigning that. Work with... work with the networking stuff. Might have to sort of back to the drawing board sort of thing on that. Or I need to work out how I convert it and make it able to do both. Because just making it a network object is probably not the best idea. So all I've done here is make the owner in charge of the movement. So I think that confirms what I think was happening is that in my character controller, input and movement are actually done in two separate steps. So what I think is happening is the code that handles the input is still running on the server. So we'll worry about that later. That is functional. So we can move on. So we have now set up the network and handled player spawning. That was the wrong project. I typed that in. So yeah, I definitely need to work out how I'm going to handle that with the character controller. I don't want it to have to be, it can't be used for network. I don't want it to have to necessarily be a network because local project. It's built in a modular way. If I bring it up, I swap them a second. Go back to main screen. So if I collapse all the things that are not part of the character controller for this, so okay, I've got this module, right? Character movement module, character animator module. Don't need network transform. So this has a selection of different modules we can add to it. The input is handled in the player controller here. The actual movement is handled in this module. So I think what's happening is I'm blocking the input, and then even though I probably got another call somewhere, I've not realized that I'm not blocking for here. We'll work that out with debug logs later. At the moment, it's a cooperative game, so it doesn't matter that the owner has authority. If you're cheating and you're playing with your friends, worry about that later. Networking done. Spawning is done. Right, we need a room. I also need to extend the... I'm going to have to add some inputs for this as well. So probably want to change player controls because I want to customize that. So we're going to player controls. Add bug, new action, bug win. And we'll do new action, bug lose. We're going to add a binding with 2 modifiers. We'll delete that. Binding with 2 modifiers. So at this point, we're almost to the point where we're testing our like if win and lose works. Control, Alt, and if I remember right, there is a option here for W, keyboard W. So two modifiers, modifier order, unordered. Override modifiers need to be pressed first. That's the one. And we're going to do the same here. We're going to do Control, Alt, just make that L, I guess. Want the level manager or the game manager? Game manager will do. Okay. For cache references, I guess. Play control. Do pause input. Win constant in here. I'm gonna have to try putting my mic
where it picks me up better, but it's blocking my view of the keyboard. I'm finding out I can't touch type as well as I thought I did. Now I should make this project wide because I'm going to have to repeat it. So we put it in settings. But we'll leave it there. Could just work around, just make it public. It's a constant. Fine. Okay, so we're going to want to do on enable first. Full. Play controls. Dot player and dot debug. Wait, so dot bug. One of the few things that doesn't autosave. Dot debug. Dot enable. There we go. Dot enable, and then we'll do in button player controls dot debug dot win. Stop trying to autocomplete stupid stuff. Lose button. And we'll do if let's do bug but case sensitivity run state to void debug inputs. I'm on the right. I'm on the back in a second. Debug inputs. So we do if win button dot was rest this frame win game already this if lose button press this frame comes game over. Game over. Sod off. Win game. Okay. So, and what I'm going to do is just in the on enable, if debug enabled, and we'll. So it only enables those controls if debug, but otherwise, after that we can just. And that should be enough. So it's Control Alt W to win and Control Alt L. As we'll add some functionality to this, but I just want to make. Don't actually need to load a player, I think. The game manager already exists. Not exist. Level. tabs, game manager, audio manager, game manager, level manager, music manager. I need to. I will just going to integrate some of the extra stuff that I don't really use. I had an option setting that I was handling some of what Unity's and Unity's mix way better at doing. I've got the function Y back, but I don't care. I want to choose check. Works. But I did so. What we got? Line 2. That's where I'm finding player controls.debug. Skip a step. I did. Oh, this is a point. This is why, again, I wanted to rework this. I essentially, for the way it's coded at the moment, I'm gonna have to find a new instance rather than a shared instance. There we go. Maybe I don't put that in awake. Let's put it in on. Find that usually it's probably a little bit slower to do that when it's only debug enabled and it's tiny amount of performance. Right, Control Alt W. There we go. Start game. Control Alt L. Still didn't. So next thing is lose button. Play controls dot debug dot lose. At the same. Partly I'm going to the effort to set this up because I want the ability to trigger lots of different things, bugging purposes. There we go. Going to menu. Start game. Both. This doesn't get cleaned up off. Placeholder replace with a proper URL at some. So now that's working. Added deep controls lose. While I wait for that filing it there, my other okay. I could have sworn I'd set this project was one. Okay, now I'm thinking. Yeah, just spin up a new project. Oh wait, am I being dumb? Am I trying to do 4 extra steps that so active? Paste. Projects player 2. Okay, we have success. I probably want to adapt the colliders on proper, I think proper low polys for these. Or at least a much smaller collider. Idle. Terrible. Okay. That's player 2. Close that. That's done. Close that. That's you. Check with this. Pretty much done with all of that. I'll be coming back to that, but I'm going to... Okay, so next thing on the list. I need a placeholder room, and this one's fun. I'm going to... This is using a tool I kind of looked at, and I don't really use it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to use it. Rest. Now, it would be much easier. It would be much easier. Oh, let me also... Let's make sure I update hub. Oh, I already committed it. That's fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do, yeah, I'm going to install the Pro Builder tool. I already put. I did. Awesome. Now I don't really know how to use these very well. I've had a play with them over the years. But usually, what I do if I want to, I open Blender. So I create a poly shape. I don't want these do actually. I'm gonna 3D object. So, if I remember rightly, make the wall 3 meters and that's correctly mapped. I'm going to make the walls a little bit. I want them to look. We are going to see them from above. By 10 in the z-axis. This is 20 meters, and I want a room that's 20. So basically, we're going to do half of that plus this. Okay. I'm also gonna uh, five. Plus no, five. I love how you can just and then down by not down. That gives us a high wall, but it's level with the base. Or what I don't want to leave is like that empty corner because it's more prone to objects being able to fit through the get through the gap. I don't want that. So I'm gonna there add a game object walls. Or don't need all. Don't need all. So what we're going to do with this, we're going to tools row builder. Row builder A. Now, what that does, if I remember rightly, convert this to a polygon mesh. Edit row builder. I can remember. Is in itself a problem. Or there is an option. That long row builder action. I want to. I could like do this very quick, but I'm just doing that. What's called documentation for object. Edit the Oh, of course. Actually, just a cube. It's just scaled weird. But right click the game up. Right click, mesh filter, builderize. Off the screen. Great. Yeah, I never. Yeah. And that's it. That gives me mesh. Based on Pro Builder, edit. Knows how to. Quantify elements of any Pro Builder mesh. Lets you blah blah blah. Take one from. Hey, interesting. Edit poly. Right, this suggests to me this is not actually Pro Builder mesh. delete that. Like that one. 8. Edit the bounding volume. Not still only edit. Care about the bounding volume at the moment. I'm trying to compare what I get with different. Get right. As a poly shaped mesh render, Pro Builder mesh. I can't. Mesh renderer we've already got. Pro Builder mesh. Got that. Have that either. Slider. So cube. On I'm getting flooded with materials on how to do dated things. Able to provide several tools for creating editable. Let's try Pro Builder. My problem with this, I want to be able to specify exactly why can right? That's interesting. Why is that? Edit. Got can specify the dimension. That's fine. Okay. That looks right. The next problem. How do I want pro builder. Arch Tour. Pro builder. Poly shape. Edit the vertices. That's definitely. Let's see if okay. Select bounding box, right? That's kind of irrelevant. Okay, it does support the snap. Right? I think. What of? There we go. That one probably do. Go. Definitely. What? I pressed undo then, and suddenly it's a. Hey, quite sure how that works, but okay. I should have spent more time staying up to date with this, but I guess I don't really. I kind of doing it now. One of experimenting. Right, that's actually uh right, and now we have the poly shape. So what I need. What I can. That makes no sense. Um. Essentially, I'm just thinking that. Oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna raise this. Yes. Is that play? I'm gonna start from scratch. That's confusing. All right. Go there. Go there. Um. Feels very. I've seen videos of this where I know it can do what I'm trying. I just, I guess, don't know enough about Pro Builder, and I should probably go through some. 3 o'clock. I've got hours left, and I need to get. Okay. Um. Let's try the door. 8 door. Getting that. Getting that. Guessing there's some. You have to do it in a certain order. Base first. That. Okay. That is. Okay. Predefine shapes. Door. I'm just looking at the poly shapes. Right, new poly shape. Create control points out of bounds of your mesh. Click directly on another surface to create an outgrowth. Okay. Great polish. Outgrowth. Again. A great polish. Great polish. Uh, uh, selected it. I meant going in the on the tube. In the scene view, click to create control points. Counterbalance your mesh. Click directly on another surface to create an outgrowth. Oh, ah, okay. Older version. Yeah, polish shade. Oh. Door shape provides door mesh that you can set in level wall. No polygons where it meets the wall. You can place it directly into the wall. Huh? I'm gonna have to actually run guides. I guess in the time. I was hoping this would be. Well, what I don't want to do is just throw a load of primitive, make a wall out of dozen. Uh, .5 meters. Select the bottom face, and we're going to do. I'm going to origin where it changes origin. Usually, I like to put the origin where it contacts the world, but basically, right. So now I want. 3.5. Okay. I think right. Negative. Before I do any, I scale export FBX. Assets model basic all only beat all the balls basic wall. What we got? Okay, I think progress. Oh. .5 is minus. Right, okay. So it's lined up. Now we just need to do with this. Back into select face. I'm doing this just to kick something out so that I where that essentially that's the outside. And we're not. Again, important. The text. That's interesting. There's Z position. Tails are all fine. File export. There we go. Okay, so we now have the line at the correct height. So we know this is 3 meters. we want a slightly. Go back into. I'm going to leave this. Makes the marking. Yeah. Check that. Okay, that looks right. So that is essentially sort of the line mark top of the door is going to be. Find the center. There. Our X is 0 at the moment. If I do there, X 1.5. There. Now have a 3-meter wide door. We'll have. At least have all the vertices. Faces. Faces and back to shading. In. That in. That in. Gonna fill. Right, now we'll that fill fill. Guess what? There are faster ways. I kind of know what I'm doing with Blender. I am. Right, so what this has essentially created me sort of the template for way. I could come back and edit this or complex shape later. But it's just sort of minimum I need a doorway. Get rid of what I want to make sure is I don't end up with faces. Snapping them together, all on the same merge by. Paste there. How about solid mode? Export FBX. Right. And now we have a doorway. Awesome. Again, and I could go in and I could edit this, but this now gives me a template to work from. That. All add 9. Still with the all B all 0 back in. I'm gonna what that is, the reason I was juggling them in and out of walls there, it allows me to use walls as like walls is at 0 0. When I rotate it, it will rotate around that pivot. Easy way to just snap the correct places. I have it would probably help if we had we'll deal with that later. Quick. I don't think I put basic wall. Mesh slider. Make it where we start. If it make it convex, look, it just yeah, don't want that. Might actually be better to just render these separate. Make the door frame separate. We'll come back to this. Iframe. Ah, that works. Assuming I've done it on the correct. tab. There we go. I just added some triangles so it fills the gap in between. Let's consider later. Allow you to view further out. Might not necessarily be the best. Right, we've got a room. Room has sliders. Or that has a box collider. The basic wall. Doing this because I want one wall that has the reference data. I can't edit the text file. But what I can do is extract it. Awesome. Basic wall. Basic wall. Really? It's going to drive me nuts. Little details like that tend to get on my nerves. What we're going to do is I'm going to add I did not. That's not. That's tiny. One of the packages that bit. All right, let's import the material creator. Demo kit. Go manager. While that imports, bathroom break. I'll be right back, guys.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it! Right, let's crack on. Okay, we've got our placeholder route. What I'm also going to do this. We need a. I'm going to rename walls to surroundings. Add the script for room, even placeholder for the moment. I'm going to add a little bit of color. Just because I want to be able to differentiate these around. Say what it is. Walls. I'm going to that one. That one. That one. And that one. This just give us a bit more. Camera. I could widen. I did, but I deleted it and remade it. Right. I think what we need to balance it distance. With 9. Work out. Trying to work out the exact. Flip anything. Trying to work out the exact point where. Maybe I should question it.
spotlight. Spotlight, no. Adaptive probe, ceiling light. Wolf. Notice they obviously quite as bright. Away. Intense. Spotlight. Hi, that's right. Light. Don't have a seat. And that should be good. At that game view. We need something that makes it integrate a little more naturally, but that'll do. Let's drop into play. I think actually look. I'm agonizing. We don't need to agonize. That's fine. It's functional. So we got the placeholder room. That's done. For my next exit door. That's all that. Save that. I should make sure I submit that. GitHub made room template, and this is just a template. Even if we take the most basic duplication of this, go that room, it's fine. What I would probably end up doing is making it so there's a little bit of corridor between them, and the doors will leave in the same layout so they match, but maybe vary the. I am going to allow some movement and changing of the camera as well, so it's not just a matter of like the top down. We'll add a little bit of variety. Push that and then. Okay, next thing, exit. We will call that one. Again, 3D object. That I made the 0.5 plus. Half meter. Okay. Bigger than a normal door, but not crazy big. Yeah, I may worry about at the moment. 5. Yes, this is that. I'm going to leave the mesh renderer enabled, but we can change it to a slider. Color creator. red. Let's make it. Eventually, I'll replace this with force field data. At the moment, it's a trigger, so we can walk through it. So now we want a placeholder for a door. Make a new script. Now, I was going to make this a subclass for exit door, but it occurs to me there's such basic functionality. Like the exit door, subclass it later if I find that it's necessary. So serialize field. Telesensors died? What? What is wrong with IntelliSense? Come on. Really? Come on. Serialize field. Cool. Is exit door false on trigger enter? If it is exit. And I guess we can do level manager dot load next level. Load print screen. So no protection of what has passed in. Good. So let's put a tag on our player. Tab player. Player. Players. Moment. So we're also gonna is exit door and other dot game object dot as compare tag. Compare tag player. If true, gamer has the given. Okay. That'll stop anything else going through. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. Did nothing. Match to and make sure it's actually firing. Post. Oh, I'm done. Made the default. Okay. I'm done. Exit door is exit door. Right, let's prefab the exit door. I skipped. Collect lots of the get a lot of building. Exit door. Now the room lights over. That. But I'm also going to place actual exit door. Doing those as distinct steps because just I'm kind of double checking to make sure I'm not accidentally skipping steps and then you'll notice I'll do something dumb quite often. Right, we're there, we can run around. Still have it on. Go. The code froze on the other screen because I don't debug. Let's detach it. No, we don't need to keep. So that works. Turn to menu. Start. Post game. I need to do something about this. Why? But that's a later problem. Game. Post game. I'm going to be really upsetting at the fact that I've got sessions going. I need to clean sessions, but that's fine. Okay, we have progress. We now have an exit door. In a bit. Have old man eyes now. Breakthrough. Right, next thing is the next thing on the list is the modular character controller, which I've kind of already integrated. So, going to strike that through. Well, text, breakthrough, and let's make sure I store to GitHub. We'll make sure we hit that. Okay, the next thing is enemy spawning. For that, we need some enemies. So let's make an enemy. Character controller. Sample. Hey, oh, look, we have one. Now, I don't remember if I even finished these guys. I have a hacked together version in another project where I had to extend them because their logic is they not. I don't remember backported the changes. Essentially, I think they don't have their navigation. Oh yeah, these are just completely empty. Completely empty. Okay. Let's get them spawning first. Now, I put a door in. Now, if I go back to this, they need to come from. But we don't want to see them coming in until they get to them, right? And begs the question. Do I just fade them in? Do I just spawn them in the doorway? Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to not agonize. That is bad. I'm going to remote exit door. Duplicate that. Door. That. I'm going to drop pound. Now we're going to move there. I'm going to rotate that now. We've been hit. Right, we got all the doors. And they're in the door one. They're all based off the exit door. Door. Question up. Prefab. All that. Door and check the box. That can stay called exit door because that makes sense. That is the exit door in there. Right, so let's put on 3D object. Yeah. Oh, here. Your top level object should always just be an empty, or you end up with this weirdness. Okay. Okay. Let's rebuild. Okay, empty. Oh. Oh. That's getting a door. Unpack completely the exit door. Door. Change that to door mesh. There can go door. On. Right. Originally, the point of adding the sphere was just to see which direction outward. So Drag them out. Daughter there. Change its transform. Throw that pet basically where its parent is. Out of the parent inside. The reason I've done that is exactly distant from the door, because I am going to rename this enemy spawn. Turn the mesh render off and turn the sphere collider off, and just have a transform. Add corner. Add corner. That's fine. Placeholder for the moment. We'll add some logic to it later. Also, my attempt to make the walls wrap the floor has backfired. The enemies to be able to hide that. Tidy up the fact that it's overlapping later. I've got this enemy spawner, right? So that is where our enemy spawner is going. I usually put an editor visualizer for these. I'm going to leave that off now. That's a later. So we now have a prefab the new. Pop. Oh, it's already up. I was assuming because it's a different UUID. Okay. What? Or one. I'm just. I don't like having some numbered, so. Oh, of course, I should be working in file. Work inside. Duplicate. And again. Create. Parent. Immediately at 0, 0. I don't need that one. 90. 1. That one. More of a pain. 70. That one. Delete. I want to make. There we go. That works. Okay. So the other doors, because they're not marked as exit door, will just do nothing. Room. Walls. Okay. Round. Done. Save that. Room screen. Now, I'm just considering the tiers I want to do for spawning. in the actual walls. So I'm gonna add enemy. On that script. The reason I've done that is I'm gonna have it add some logic to the enemy spawners, because I'm planning for when I've got more advanced types of spawner down the line. Close visual. I misspelled that. Let's rename enemy room. Close. Insists on reopen. Laura. That's going to. Right. So serialized field. Color sensors. What was this people were saying about how much better this is? Right. Do you know what? I'm not going to serialize it. Let's swap monitors as well. I was going to serialize it, but what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to, in awake, get component children corner. Doesn't it return it? Oh, there we go. What that's going to do is it's going to search for all the shit. So if I decide later to put a spawner in the room, it will automatically adapt. It doesn't set it up like that, so it doesn't need to find it. It's going to make life easier. Right, I need a nav mesh. Let's. Do I need a nav mesh? Yeah, let's. Nav mesh. Need. Yeah, that area. Get to the fun thing. Ah. Not render mesh. I just because we've got some false. Fake. I mean, this. Okay, there we have enemy. Okay, so what we do want, it's ready to give me a serialized field. Ooh. I shouldn't placeholder. I need to make my own enemy. What I've done, this guy, I've adopted one from the sample project. This doesn't. But I do have But not quite back. We need to be able to shoot. Can't shoot yet. I have an enemy here. It's a sample, but not placeholder or a feature I was planning to add. So let's go to script, gate, script me, and my caps lock has got in my way. Right, so we got enemy script. Add that to prefab. Gonna prefab for this. Oh, right. So that gives us our matching. So serialized field enemy. Are you kidding me? I renamed the file when I got the caps lock on, and it's called itself enemy now, but internally it didn't rename itself. Maybe that's Unity. Maybe I shouldn't be blaming that one. Right. Serialized field enemy array. Do not go messing with my formatting Visual Studio. That is my job. So we've got enemies. For the moment, I'm just going to do serialized field float spawn interval equals 0.25 seconds to region run variable config references engine runtime variables float next on time equals. Ooh, what do we want to do with this? Because I feel like because there may be some stutter at the start, we need to add a delay. Yeah. Initial spawn delay equal 2 to 3 seconds testing. For the actual game, we'd probably want 10. Maybe vary a little bit by room. That's a default. It can be reconfigured. So in awake, we're going to do next spawn time equals time.time plus initial spawn delay. And from update, void spawn enemy. No, you don't need the enemy. I'm going to do if time on the right screen, if time less than next spawn time, we return. Otherwise, they do next spawn time plus equals spawn interval. Right, it's about time I got up and stretched. Sarah. Oh, I heard something crunch then. Maybe it was a good idea to get up and stretch. I don't know if the mic picked it. Oh. Happens when you're getting old. Right. Okay. So our next spawn interval now, the autocomplete gave me next spawn interval equals just increment it by the spawn interval. That's a bad idea because you'll get a little bad idea. What I'm thinking about is if you're slightly out, that causes what? I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to do time dot time plus because that's never out. No, I'm doing it backwards. That could always be out. Because if your frame rate means you're doing it ever so slightly early, it's going to get earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier. Whereas if I'm just adding the spawn interval, it will go back and forth and it will average out in the right place. And I don't get to slag off the autocomplete. I'm sorry, auto. Okay. So we check to see if it's time. If it's not time, we just skip. Then we do next spawn interval. Then we do enemy equals equals n is and do random dot math dot I've been using the different library. Can I be using random dot an int? Did I import the wrong library? I've been going back and forth between different APIs recently, and it's just it's kind of. In fact, the one that was really confusing, I was using a non-Unity random in Unity, kind of melted my brain a little. I thought that was random.bring. I don't need you. I just want. Wait, did I import something incorrectly and then mess with it? Oh, okay. So I think it was enemies dot length. Minimum is okay. Right. So that's going to select a random enemy, and then we're going to do enemy spawner equals selected spawner equals spawners random dot range 0 and spawners dot length. Oh, the autocomplete was right. Okay, we also need a guard against this. So if enemies dot length 0 or spawners dot length 0 return. So we just skip it. No error message, just for you guys. Okay. Gonna put spawn enemy in state. Rename that to what I actually intended to call it. And at this point, do selected spawner dot spawn enemy new enemy. Right. Now we're going to open enemy spawner. Currently making it sad. So public void spawn enemy. Let's just make that new. The linguistics there was painful. Right. Public void spawn enemy. Okay. So what this is doing. So the room spawner selects which enemy to spawn and which spawner. We will put some fancier logic in there later, but we just want it to just pick a spawner, pick an enemy, and spawn. It doesn't care. It doesn't care how it's getting spawned at the location. It just cares about what enemy is being spawned and by which spawner. Beyond that, it doesn't care. Oh, the spawner is going to do new vector. Oh, vector 3 spawn one position equals. I'm going to do vector 3 dot. I'm going to skip that for the moment. I'm going to do enemy spawned enemy. Now we have to be careful about the name. I'm going to rename this enemy template, not the new enemy. It's an enemy template. I'm going to rename that enemy. So equals instantiate enemy template at transform dot position and Quaternion dot identity. Now, what we'll do transform dot rotation rather than Quaternion identity. Quaternion identity says give it the default. Transform rotation says take the enemy spawners rotation. Now, at the moment, they all point in the same direction, but what I can do with the enemy spawners is just rotate them so they all face into the room, and then every enemy that spawns will be facing. Purely cosmetic, doesn't really matter. Like, these guys are going to spawn off room slightly, so we can worry about that later. That's it. What we really need to do is find a position nav mesh rather than just instantiating it at its own position. But this will work, I think. Cross fingers. I have almost certainly done something dumb. I have done something dumb. Enemy room spawner. Update. Start. Remember that bit where I said, I probably don't need that. I didn't actually supply any enemies to it. Bit where I said, let's not bother putting the error message in because that's a waste of time. This is why you put error messages. So debug.log we'll do this in dollar enemy room corner game object dot name unable to spawn enemy in dot length spawners out equals spawners dot length. So what I've just done is told it, if you get an error, because there isn't one, tell me which object. We're also going to do true, I think that is. There's an overload for this that does other things. Get context. This. Right. The object context will make it actually highlight it in the hierarchy when we click on the error. So I'm going to hit play. These things are really important. Like, look, it took me 30 seconds to write that. Look, and imagine if I'd come back to this after a few weeks and I've no idea that I skipped the writing the error message, and I'm thinking to myself, right, gonna get an error message now. Enemy room spawner, room unable to spawn enemy. Count, enemy count 0, spawner count 4. So it's found the spawners. If I click on the room, it highlights it here, look. So I know if we've got objects that, like where we've got 10 of the same object, I know exactly which one it is. Which makes life so much easier. But it came as a normal log, and I want to make sure it's an error. In a game where it's kind of critical that the enemies spawn, if we don't spawn the enemies, it should be. Okay. We're nearly there. I need to be done soon, and we are actually getting quite close to the things I set to do today. Go. Play. Play. And is it room unable to spawn? I still didn't. God damn. And I'm going to delete that enemy. I'm going to go into the room and use prefab enemy. I'm going to drag that guy on. Three, 2, and we're here. Okay, we have enemies spawning. We have enemies spawning. Awesome. Stop enemy spawning. Right? Serialized field. Int. Max enemies spawn equals 10. Now, normally you'd have a max enemies. Now, I'm not putting a max enemies because one of the things I want to test my character controller is that it can handle swarms quite nicely. You'll notice, though, these enemies don't path to me yet. That's a tomorrow problem. Navigation is tomorrow's problem. So enemy count, we'll initialize that. Don't need to waste of time. Then we're going to do enemy count plus. So what this will say is it's going to keep spawning enemies. Eventually, once it gets to 10, it'll stop. Simple logic, but it works. You probably want some sort of wave data to have a list of enemies versus a spawn chance, rather than just randomly selecting one enemy. That is a refinement for later. The accordion method here. So set up enemy spawning, and you know what? I should actually test it works after. Okay. Worry about the fact that our game loop it starts before we create a game, essentially. We'll worry about that later. But if I look into they did. Oh, I'm in the getting a nice collection. Perfect. We will commit that. Set up enemy spawning. Okay, next thing, and we've got to go quick. We're going to run out of time. So our player now needs a weapon. So player has a shoot method, if I remember rightly. Quick look at the code. No. Handle attack input. Request attack. Request fire weapon. Right. Request fire weapon. If can attack return on fire weapon requested, notify fire weapon performed. Here's where we get a bit funky because this has layered signaling, a little bit crazy. So notify fire weapon performed. On fire weapon performed. Mono behavior. Controller. Player controller. I'm just trying to think through how I want this to actually, because I probably don't want it in the player script. You know what? I'm going to script enemy. Let's create a folder. Characters. I'm going to there. Create player script. That's going to be the placeholder player script from the library, which is basically empty. Yeah, it just outputs it. Scripts. Right, so I'm going to do characters, create mono behavior, character, create mono behavior. Now, the reason I'm doing this is I'm going to inherit enemy player from character. It's going to be common functionality. And so we want to it's for both the inherit. Right. Now the weapon is going to go on the character because all characters have weapons. Or maybe they don't. What I want to do, I need to focus actually. I need to get the player shooting weapon base class. We've got enemy spawning now. I need the weapon base class and a projectile weapon. Oh, and I've also got the basic camera, so like that. Weapon base. Let's do that. Let's create folder weapons, mono behavior, weapon base class, 3D object, cube. Beautiful. And empty. Weapon. Weapon mesh. Weapon mesh. I've done that scale independently. On. Have it instead. That works for the moment. I'm going to prefab. Add a folder. Create folder. Again. Weapons. Prefab the weapon. Come in and do. I'm going to add. Create empty. Bullet spawn. Point of this. Go. Bullet spawn. So you don't want to spawn bullet from generally place them on add weapon. Weapon. Projectiles. Layer projectiles. Enemy projectiles. Set its layer to and we're going to edit the layer collision later so projectiles and weapons don't collide, but it will visually means if it's not quite the right angle or the point during animation isn't come out. So like that. Weapon script. Realize I was on the monitor, but it's fine. Also need projectile script, create folder. Create script. Now projectile. Or create a 3D object here. 0, 1, 1. Bullet. Add projectile. Tab. I am going to create a projectiles folder for this one because there are several folder projectiles. Prefab the bullet. Bullet. Now I'm going to go into the scene. I'm going to add bullet. Yeah. Add a body. Not just collision, but no. Make it yellow. Slightly metallic with a file. If I hit play, I've not. Okay, excellent. A little bit small, so size slightly. I should not have made the mesh. Generally, it's a good idea to have the mesh. Okay, right. Now I'm going to go layer collision matrix. So we're going to setting. Setting layer collision matrix. Now we're going to make player not collide with player projectiles. Make weapons not collide with projectiles or weapons or enemies. Player will not collide with player. The accidentally projectiles. Player projectiles don't want to hit player projectiles. Enemies we don't want to hit. Enemies, but we'll leave that for now. Don't want enemy projectiles to hit. You know, we'll not allow that. Now, enemies we do want to hit each other. We want them to have to round each other. We want them to have to swarm rather than just all standing on the spot. Weapons are what? Can't have water. Best is bullet. Right, we know it falls. That's good. Okay, weapon. Weapon script. Serialize. Are you kidding me? IntelliSense has died again. Serialized field. Projectile. Projectile. Go. Now, weapon needs public void shoot. And what shoot's going to do is it's going to projectile. Projectile. New projectile equals get component. No. I don't know why I even read that. Instantiate projectile at cache reference. Serialize field. Game object. Now let's just pick the transform. Now I will get the transform. I don't care about the rest of the game object data, so I'm trying to narrow the type so I don't store more data than necessary. I call it weapon, bullet spawn. So bullet spawn dot position, bullet spawn dot rotation, done, and now the direction we kick it. So rigid body, proj RB equals new for the sake of performance tune later. I'm not gonna calculate giving it a kick here because I would have to get the component for the rigid body, and later we're going to change to object pool. Means that the projectile will already have a reference. So cache references and get the rigid body RB. Now I generally don't like calling them something really short, but in this case this is a simple script. Oh, it's at the bottom just because I tilted it up. When you told me to stretch, I tilted it up. Okay, we're going to do awake RB autocomplete doing its job for a change, and we're going to do public void fire projectile vector 3 direction, and I was going to say force, but strength will do. Don't argue with the autocomplete when there's a reason. Fire projectile. Now, here's the thing. If I instantiate it, I think it doesn't, if I remember rightly, it doesn't actually come into existence till the next round. So if I fire this immediately, it won't have found this unless I pre-warm some projectiles. We'll cross that bridge later. We will assume that it's written like that, and I'll add some hacky things to make it work. Fire projectile. So we're going to do RB dot add force vector 3. It's strength times direction. Force mode dot impulse. Of a weapon, a serialize It's lost it again. Serialized field projectile force float equals NF. So then we're going to do new projectile dot fire projectile do something, and then projectile force. Right, so we need to find the direction we want to shoot in, which should probably be bullet spawn dot forward normalized. Bullet spawn, I think they are normalized. Returns a normal, yeah, returns a normalized vector. The problem with that is if it's pointing in a weird direction, we might want to tune that a little bit, because our animation isn't made. We haven't set up the animations yet, and the animation might change where it's pointing. For the moment, I'm just going to not integrate the gun weapon into animation. Bit separate. Prefab player weapon. What I would usually do is attach it to the hand. But what we're going to do instead is 0. It's now a chest cannon. Projectile is that. Bullet spawn. That. Right. Now all we need to do is figure out falling short. Okay. Player. Enemy character. Right. Now. Player controller. If fire, request fire weapon. I'm going to bring up the character controller sample. Runtime character player. Empty. Damn it. I know I have another project where I already did this and didn't backport it yet, but I'm going to write it differently. I'm just going to figure it out. So I need to work out the fact that the character controller not the Unity Engine one, that one. Character controller. That's a cache reference. Why are we angry? Ambiguous reference. Controller dot character controller. Disambiguation. Okay. So void awake. Now it should have a player controller on it, which is a character controller. So that's fine. That'll find it. Just require component. I mean, yes, but not now. Okay, so we find the character controller. Come on, let me go to character controller. Now, character has notify fire weapon perform. So, private void register subscribe to Signal. I feel like a YouTuber. subscribe to Signals. Oh wait, it's subscribe on here too. What am I thinking? Okay, subscribe to Signals, and we're going to call that subscribe to Signals on here, and we're going to do control if controller is null. Debug log error. Make that $. No character controller found on. Okay. Name. Context this. Turn. Nearly there. 6 minutes before I was intending to finish. Subscribe to Signal. Right, so it's controller dot notify file weapon formed plus fire weapon void fire weapon good region cache breath is that is weapon fine. We're also going to do weapon get component weapon. It's get component children. This is minimal setup because later we need weapon switching system. We out. Cannot assign denoted because it is a method. On fire weapon performed. Notifies chain, not the downward chain. Fire equals weapon dot fire weapon dot shoot. Rush in weapon dot fire player dot cs weapon dot fire. So the existing character controller has ownership of has the button been pressed. The player intercepts that signal and passes it to the weapon to its weapon. The weapon has control of how powerful it is. I was thinking in ammo. Right, screw that. Let's just do serialize. Float. Down. Okay, I'm going to have to look at why this is dead. Float x fire time 0. Don't need it. 0. That's a waste of application. We always allow it. Firing called a default for that equals 0.f Void dot next fire time dot time. Make sure it's got something. If time dot time is less than fire time, turn is plus equal. Oh, hang on. Next fire time equals time dot time plus firing cooldown. Okay. Problem with this is I don't think I implemented fire being held in the player controller. Yes, it was pressed this frame. Is held. Not. Let's just was press this. We can change that layer. I can refine. Let's press this frame. Firing cooldown. So there is a cooldown. We'll make that half a second, a bit more manageable. Moment. Let's have a quick look. What the fire button is actually on. I think that's it. The projectile I'll need to fiddle. But I think that's. Let's have a look. What fire is? Right trigger, left mouse. Famous last words, right? This is. Oh, I think that's it, and then everything explodes. Standard software development. Think it's done, everything explodes. Damn it! I knew it. I knew. God damn it. Okay. Let's see where in the chain. Signal. Let's see if we're even firing fire weapon. Breakpoint. We're not going to be hit. Enable. Find a correspond. Huh? Probably add a few logs here as well. Player controller. We're going to do if specify a weapon. Specify a weapon. If can attack. Can attack. Not managing. Find out. Is can attack. It's true, so we can attack. Huh? Oh my god, that's can't attack. Um. How many places have I used this? Can't attack. Why could it not attack? No way, it's not dead. But it is attacking. Hang on. What has just occurred to me, I didn't stop to see if it's actually spawning the item. Oh, the enemies are spawning into it. Fantastic. Yeah. Oh, enemy spawner, next spawn time. Plus, I didn't put the gate in if enemy count is greater than spawn turn. Doing that now so it doesn't clog up the hierarchy. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, so if I post, get all the enemies, that's fine. Nothing in the console. So, is attacking. Press fire weapon. It should never get to. Okay, well let's just try it again. Step through. Is attacking is true for. Wait, is it? No, it's not. Right, can't attack. Is attacking is right. Why is attacking true? Is attacking starts false. It's set true there. Set true special attacking. Okay. Notify fire weapon performed. At false. What's probably happening? Yeah, is attacking is okay. Play. Stop. Basically, I just put a breakpoint at every place is attacking is set to true. So it should be able to true without stopping, right? Okay, notify attack. I know what happened. I know what happened. That's notify attack performed. They're on the same button. Okay. They're on the same button. So if I so it's doing the normal like what's set up in the character controller is like the attack type. So left button. Special attack is right button. This is really intended to be played with the controller, but they're in the other. So what I'm going to do at the moment is delete. Right, now if I jump in. Oh, you. Oh boy. Let's make sure we're saved. Save C. You're not in play mode. I can't. Exit play mode. Okay, this multiplayer nonsense. Doesn't seem to play well with the debug. Okay, I am so confident that it's not going to work. I'm going to change back to the game. Yeah, still not working. God damn it. Okay, next error. So yeah. At the moment, so we should game fire. Request fire weapon is the first one coming up now. Not dead. We're not attacking. Perfect. On fire weapon requested. Invoke. I subscribe. Requested. Form. On fire weapon form. Invoke requested. Notify fire weapon performed. Is attacking is set to true. On fire weapon performed dot invoke. Set fade attack. We can ignore that bit. Right, so it's being invoked. Hit play. It's not in that. The problem is then going to be: am I subscribing to it correctly, or I may have to make this a thing because I do have some shots. Roller dot formed throwing me slightly that breakpoint will not currently be hit, unable to find corresponding location. Debug.log. Hello? Did I not attach? Problem. Point cannot find our binary process. No changes are not built. I thought that might be. But alright, we'll save that. Out debug. Edit mode, act blah blah. I'm gonna start Unity. Then we're gonna Please work. I've got scope for. Okay. You push delivery. Tells me what time. Any minute. I got like 5, 10 minutes. Okay. Hit play. Now, what should happen when I fire is it should say hello in the log. I might have to force rebuild it. Thank you. Okay, it's not getting as far as saying hello. That means. Do I have to make. If not, I'm going to have to pull my other project and double check for how I did this reference. Call it there and I'll finish running. Please work. Partly giving up because I need a bathroom break as well. It's still not firing, and I've got errors because the animator doesn't match as well. Probably need to fix. Could be upsetting things. Doubt it, but okay. I'm going to call it there. So I'm going to commit that to GitHub. Setting and tiles. Well, that's basically everything on the list I had for today, except the weapon firing, and it's almost done. I just have an error with. So tomorrow will be navigation, health. At that point, I'll be able to actually fight. In fact, after the first bit of navigation, we'll be able to actually fight and kill them. So tomorrow morning, kill enemies. Huge swarms of enemies at some point. Then there's health pickups. Add some more stats to the weapons. Figure out some sort of wave spawning. Knock up a full map. That's the goal for tomorrow. Got to fix this bug first. But yeah, I think this is reasonable. I mean, this works over network as well. I could send you the compiled version of this, and you could join, right? So tomorrow morning, if I can get the projectile working and implement the navigation, we could play co-op. That's all I need to do to get those working. Because I started with the multiplayer first rather than building the game, and then it was a pain in the ass, but working. Okay, awesome. So I'll be on from 9 a.m.-ish tomorrow morning. Started a bit late today because I was setting up the stream, but I've got that now. So thanks for joining, guys. Really appreciate it. I will see you all hopefully as we progress later through the week. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye, guys.